Now, moving forward, I invite our BMS chairperson, Dr. Kaushal Kishore, to share his views.
Good morning, Honorable Director General PDEU, Director SPM, Professor Tanushree Banerjee Dean, Faculty of Management, Professor Pramod Paliwal, my colleague and Chairperson of Business Management Symposium, Dr. Anirudh Sarkar, Director SPT, Director Pujara, Dr. Pujara, Director SOT, Dr. TP Singh, my faculty colleagues, Dr. Indu Rao, Director Dean PDEU, and students of SPM PDEU. It is my privilege to welcome you all to this Business Management Symposium 2022, and I always look forward, to organize this kind of event at SPM PDEU since 2009. So, in all 13 years of my career at SPM, in addition to teaching, research, what I have learned is organizing the event successfully, and these are the emerging opportunity what I have, received here in terms of, how a faculty can, contribute as a teacher, as a researcher, and academic administrator. The objective of this, any kind of symposium, seminar, and conclave is very simple. We always try to bridge the gap between industry and academia. We invite, industry speakers, from various companies to share what are the, practices going on in their own organization, in their industry, and we learn from them. And as a faculty of business school, what we do, we try to, improve our curriculum. We try to, develop, new skill set in our students, and we make an attempt, to contribute in their organizational growth and journey. So, these are the basic objectives. So, of course, in this, in this business management symposium, we are having a couple of tracks. In the track one, we are going to talk about the sustainable consumer behavior. And then in track two, we are going to address some of the important aspect of how does company is driving sustainable consumptions and production. Now, basic, and then, after this symposium, what we do that, because in this symposium, we do not provide much time to our, speakers who are coming all the way from the different part of the city. So because in this symposium, everybody will speak for 20 minutes and so on, right? So what we do that, as a follow-up and then, continuous interaction, we invite these speakers to come to have one complete session with our students in the classroom in detailed discussions. And in addition to that, we also, present our students before the company that, we are the business school. We are in this business, education for last 15 years and so on. And in course of time, if this company are looking forward for any kind of a skill set, to contribute in their organizational journey and growth, right? So we always look forward to these all companies to give opportunity to our students to work with them as an intern. And then if they find that, their contributions are satisfactory, we always look forward to work with them. So, these are the basic objective of this symposium and seminars. To make this seminar successful, as a session as a chairperson of Business Management Symposium, it is my duty to present thanks to Business Standard. This is all about the beauty of, PDEU brand, what we have made in last 17 years. If we approach to any organizations with the name of PDEU, right, anyone would like to work with us. So when we wrote to, Business Standard that, we are going to organize Business Management Symposium and kindly be a media partner with us, they didn't hesitate at all. And they said that, it is opportunity for Business Standard also to contribute in academic journey of with such, wonderful, university. So on record, I wish and I put my thanks to Business Standard for supporting the Business Management Symposium as a media partner. And there are two important pillars of this entire symposium. Is all about the director SPM, who has been with me for all the time for last months, and so he joined at SPM on 4th of November 2022, and before that. Professor Pramod Paliwal, who was taking care of the SPM as a director, right? So, he asked me to take the lead for the business management symposium, and the kind of trust he has and any one of my colleague at SPM is on me, is like that if I assign any work to Dr. Kaushal, he will try his level best. So only thing I requested him that I need some budgetary approval so that I can carry out activity nicely, and with lot of and I didn't try much because he knows that whenever Kaushal does any activity, he needs some financial support also. So I'm thankful to Dr. Pramod Paliwal. That time he has given sufficient fund to carry out this activity. And before I leave, I must appreciate the kind of the guidance all the time I used to receive from Director General. As and when I meet him, right, I approach him. I meet him with certain, agenda that it's all about, couple of days back, when I met him, right, to invite for this symposium, and I know that he has, always busy schedule, right, in managing, 7,000, 8,000 students and with various schools, right. It's not easy for him. So, but the moment myself and director, Dr. Bhattacharya approached to him and then, requested him that, sir, your time is important and please come and bless our students, right? He has given again different level of idea that, what should be the level of symposium and seminars, right? So, because that time we were running short of time, but what we have promised to Director General PDEU, that next event will be of whatever expectation he has from us and from SPM. We will try our level best, and we will try to take the PDEU brand to the next level. So once again, I'm thankful to my colleague, the school director, Director General, the directors and colleagues of different school and students for supporting the event, and we look forward for these two tracks, right? There are 8 from renowned organizations. They all are from the senior level of their own organization. So, you all have come here not only to, give your, share your expertise and experience with the students, but at the same time, these students, get a lot of inspiration from you. So whatever you say, the way you carry out yourself in the campus before the students, some of our students try to, match with you, and they look forward that, down the line, 10 years, 15 years, should I look like, him or her like that, So we have a lot much expectation from you. And only I would say that this is not the end of, it's not like that your speech is over and our job is done. You have certain responsibility that, these all are young minds. They look forward to contribute. And as and when there are opportunity in your organization, give them a chance to contribute. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite the BMS chairperson, Dr. Pramod Paliwal, to share his views.
Good morning to all. Professor S. Sundar Manoharan, Director General, PDEU, my colleagues on the dais, distinguished speakers from various companies, my dear students who are an integral part of this event. The topic or subject matter, which is the core one today, is sustainable consumption. All students of marketing would know the various aspects of hedonic consumption, utilitarian consumption, hedonic consumption sometimes bordering on conspicuous consumption. So when we talk about hedonic consumption, we are necessarily talking about people's love for brands, people's love for seeking pleasure out of products and services. Let me confess, I being one of them. But we do not know in this entire journey where at times hedonic and utilitarian concepts merge. So an iPhone, which was supposed to be a product falling into the category of hedonic consumption now by students of business schools, engineering schools, architecture, is financial services is being considered and is an essential gadget, which has a lot of safety features and which makes your transactions very secure. So the world of marketing is so dynamic, so evolving that the switching over happens and we actually do not know. In this entire quest for categorizing various kinds of consumption into the classical definitions, what we are discussing today is something very, very unique. We are talking from the point of view of sustainability in consumption and sustainability in marketing. Minimalist is a word which was never in the dictionary of marketeers a few decades back. Marketing actually, if you ask a secret wish of a marketeer, the wish is consumption, consumption, and consumption. You ask economists and they will say that the entire economy actually drives on consumption. But here we are talking about what? We're talking about, to some extent, reducing consumption, bringing about a discipline in our consumption. And that's, I think, some kind of an antithesis of marketing. But I'm very happy that marketers from various companies are quite enthusiastic in discussing even this antithesis of marketing. And that's the sign of these changing times. I'm sure in the two sessions that we have, from both perspectives, one is from the consumer's perspective and other is from a supplier's or the marketer's perspective, are going to witness very, very interesting discussions. And finally, I couldn't agree more with Dr. Kaushal. Yes, as a chairperson, I'm sitting here, but I've been out for a couple of weeks. I was not on the campus, but the way he has actually led, along with the team of the students, I'm really impressed. And once again, he and his team has proved that we can stand up to any occasion when it comes to organizing events, which are platforms of exchange of learning. My best wishes, and I wish to engage with these industry speakers and the students in the coming sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your insightful words, sir. I would now like to invite our director, please, sir, for some for views on BMS. Please come.
Our Honorable Director General, sir, invited guests, directors of my other schools here, my colleagues and my very dear friends. Very good morning to all of you. Today's conclaves, this symposium's topic, SCP, Sustainable Consumption and Production. This is part of our SDG goals. Out of 17 goals of SDG, this is 12th goal. And I'm very happy to note that we have chosen this as our theme for business management symposium. Probably going forward, all 17 goals are very important, and we as India, we are a signatory to SDG goals of United Nations. And this very, very apt topic in today's time, where we get a chance to sensitize our students, we get a chance to invite industry, we get a chance to see how we can collaborate. We as an educational institution, as a university, we have a responsibility, and all stakeholders have a responsibility to see to it that whatever signatures that the India has signed, has committed to the world, to the United Nations, we play a role to that, and this is something very humble effort from our side to play a role on that. So, as of now, I would like to present some statistics to you so that you get to know where do we stand. Average lifestyle material footprint of India as of now is 8,400 kilogram per capita per year, which is quite acceptable because required this data required rate is somewhere around 8,000 kg per capita, and we are very close to that. As per UNEP report 2021, about 50 kg food is wasted per person in India. And a lot needs to be done on that, especially on awareness amongst individuals, especially that can be done at individual level. Because that's, if we are able to reduce this wastage, it's going to have an impact on greenhouse gas emission, hunger, poverty reduction, pollution, taking care of concerns of pollution and savings, amongst many others. Still, this figure that we are quoting is still better amongst South Asian countries that we are having. Third one, which is having an impact, which is going to where probably industries can pitch in and government policies can play a role, is total hazardous waste that India produces as of now. Considerable part of it is recyclable, but around 4% of it is getting recycled. So enough scope on that. Scope on that, industries needs to come up and see to it that recycle mechanism can be strengthened. Amongst our states and union territories, Nagaland and J&K are top performers among SDGs. This is what Niti Aayog, so this SDG dashboard is reporting. TERI is reporting that as of now, we are very weak in monitoring system and reporting system. Probably we are doing enough, but then all these are not getting reported. Our rural areas, around 70% of population stays in rural areas. A lot is done in rural areas, but then a lot is not getting reported. If we are not able to report it, we are not able to present our data to the world, to the United Nations. That is a weak point. Probably a lot needs to be done on reporting mechanism and monitoring mechanism. Okay, last is that we in India, we are by culturally, we are known to be frugal in our lifestyle. In spite of having a lot of resources, abundance of resources, we are not by nature, we don't waste the resources. This typically is has been of advantage to us as a nation. And going forward, when we are at the crisis, world is facing this crisis about and coming up with sustainable development goals, we are likely to do better because this is in our DNA. Savings, optimal utilization of resources, this is in our DNA. A lot needs to be done. Probably if we go to tribal areas, we are going to find as very, very surprising facts. Some of the tribal areas, they are so self-contained and self-sustaining. In one particular geographical area, their whole life cycle is so well sustained that we'll find carbon footprint very low, and all other sustainable related, the activities that they pursue are worth documented, worth writing cases and research. If I get time, probably I would like to see to it if we can go to some of the tribal areas and note down, document their lifestyles, complete lifestyle probably, and which can be something which can be showcased to the world also. We have today galaxy of speakers. In track 1, 4 speakers, and track 2 in the afternoon session, we have 5 speakers, and we are going to listen from them and get to know that what are the things that the companies are doing. They will probably help us to know that, enlighten us on that, especially connecting with sustainable consumption and production. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and very statistically knowledgeable words. I would now like to invite our Director General PDEU to share his thoughts on BMS. Please, sir.
Good morning and warm greetings from PDEU to all the guests who have come today. to this symposium. And at the outset, I want to thank Professor Bhattacharya, Director SPM, Dr. Kaushal Kishore, Dr. Pramod Paliwal, and Dr. Banerjee, Madam, for organizing this symposium. Kaushalji gave a lot of guest thoughts as to what I told to him when he met me. All I told was, conduct this symposium in a corporate environment, preferably in a gift city environment. And that's all I told. Because since we started this session after Diwali, this is the third time I'm coming for a conclave like this. And I feel you need to have each symposium in a different environment, not in this room. That is all I said. So don't read between lines what I said to Dr. Kaushal. My aspiration, my dream for MBA here is very big, because you are absolutely great people, and your potential is still not felt by the outside world. And therefore, I feel even the way you come together has to be more corporate in nature, so that the corporate world will understand the vibes of SPM. Because just like that double gun formula, here in our MBA program, we have both general management and energy management initiative. This is a very powerful combi what we have. Sometimes it is understood in part, and sometimes it is forgotten. Therefore, I feel when the outside world comes here to look at our prowess, want to understand from us, we need to showcase in every possible way. And I wish the future symposiums will have a different technical edge and also the environment. For example, all my dear colleagues, I would like to be in a very good podium, not here. This looks like a classroom and putting their names in the audience. So this is all I meant. Okay, let me switch gear. How many of you have heard the word Chick-fil-A? Chick-fil-A? He has heard the word Chick-fil-A. Tasted? Tasted. Okay, I think then I will switch to the next topic. Okay, Chick-fil-A is like McDonald's, or what is the other one? KFC. KFC. Okay, but still, if you go to airport, any of the American airports, you will see a queue longer with Chick-fil-A than for McDonald's and KFC. I'm sorry, no branding advertisements here, but I want to tell as a consumer how I sat and watched. And I was in the supply chain logistics conference in 2015. I was participating in Atlanta, and the MD of Chick-fil-A had come. He was giving the plenary talk. Now, two things attract the consumers. One is they don't work on Sunday, no matter how much is the loss. I mean, Sunday you can mint money in US if you're running the shop. And if you have something like Zomato and whatever it is that can ferry the food product to your doorstep, you can make $1 million out of every hour. And it's such a absolutely crazy, food product, Chick-fil-A. Very good, fresh. You won't smell as though you're eating non-veg. It is so nicely cooked. Now, why the consumers are going after Chick-fil-A is, point number one, they appreciate that all their employees are rested on a Sunday. Therefore, the consumers feel that this is a noble institution which is resting their people on a Sunday. So therefore, vote is more for Chick-fil-A. Just the fact that the owner decides that every employee of mine should rest. Good. Next, 30% policy is to hire only war veterans. Even guys who have lost some of their organs, vital organs, they are employed consciously in Chick-fil-A. That is a HR policy. No matter whether it is half filled, fully filled or so, war veterans don't have to lose their job. Just retire, take a VRS, you can switch the job to Chick-fil-A because Chick-fil-A invites you. Now tell me why Chick-fil-A will not run in profit. Two noble causes. One is rest the soul of the employee. And the second thing, rehabilitate war veterans in every form. When I saw this symposium title, both the tracks, I felt I should apply for at least executive MBA and then take some degree from you because I have 2 patents on this very topic from the engineering point of view. Now I'll come to that. Ethiopia is the biggest milk producing nation in Africa, or one of the biggest milk producing. I like to study this because we are living in the place where the white revolution happened. We have the apostle of milk revolution, Dr. Kurian. Recently also I saw some posters in the highways of Ahmedabad. I feel very excited. Now, Anand is not able to tackle the story that there are several other enterprises which have come, private agencies, because milk revolution is very, very big story. The unique issue about Ethiopia, because that's where I made a project to FICCI and also to the government of India. I wanted to be part of the delegation almost 8 months back. And it didn't materialize because of COVID. I wanted to be part of the health minister's delegation. Ethiopia has Orthodox people, Orthodox Christians. So it seems 1 quarter in a year, they all refuse to take milk. They abstain from milk. The question now becomes a different story because consumers are refusing to take. So what do we do with the processing? It's a big time issue in Ethiopia. Can you imagine milk flowing daily like honey, but you're not able to do it because religiously they are keeping away from milk consumption. This is where the engineering prowess comes. What do you do with that? How do you do the export? How do you do the pasteurization? How do you preserve it? Everything becomes a $1 million issue. So, point is, the consumer mindset has to be understood in a different way. When Sir was talking about the last point, the monitoring and reporting. I get very jittery with this word because, somehow the monitoring and reporting has creeped into academia. And academia is treated like a milk producing factory or a chip making factory or a mobile manufacturing factory. We are all being rated, we are all being estimated, and our teachers are actually behaving now like manufacturers. But I'm slowly trying to steal that DNA out, steal it away. I want to intentionally bring the joyous teacher DNA back in the campus. Because ever since Maruti Suzuki introduced this biometric, it has creeped into academia. Teachers are doing biometric, which is the most shameful thing today. I'm the only guy, I'm very sorry to say, I'm the only person in PDEU who doesn't do biometric, including when I see my registrar who works, he works 10 hours, nearly 10 hours a day. My registrar, when I see my registrar going at 8:30 doing, biometric. My heart splits. My heart splits. Where did we get this culture? And everywhere keeping on putting monitoring. What is that? Camera jungle. PDEU has become camera jungle, including in my corridor. One fellow has put a camera. In Director General's corridor, there is a camera, and somebody is controlling me. See, it's shameful. Shameful to see academia being monitored by jungle, camera jungle. That means we have lost a complementary attitude. We have become more machinery. We wanted to be treated like ATM. We want password for everything. We want PIN for everything. We want every bit of complication we have added. In the bargain, the consumer's mentality is forgotten. Today, I don't know whether a teacher has to be rated as a consumer or as a manufacturer. They are finding their place nowhere. I'm very concerned about it. But that is a different story that people from Deloitte and others should consider. You know, when you all come to hire, you should hire our students with respect. Unfortunately, today you see the shameful thing about every university. I was traveling yesterday. I was looking at the airport what is that? Aircraft magazine. First thing is written, what is the annual package they are giving? We have spoiled ourselves. Good teaching, faithful teachers are in PDU. If that is the way we are being advertising, it's good. But the moment we put advertisement, 100% placement, 100% admission, 100% placement, 27 lakhs, this, look at the advertisements going on. It has completely messed up our portfolio. But I don't want PDU to be one among the race. I hate such advertisements. I don't want that. Rather, if we take glory in training our students the real way we want, and that will give the character when they go out to the business world. So hirers have to also think, and we in the administration, we also don't want to succumb to such stories. But the point remains, I mean, coming back to the topic, what I wanted to appeal today to both the students and to the guests who have come here to talk, bring the engineering brilliance, the science brilliance into management. That is why in a hackathon, we have a rule now. Every hackathon group should have one liberal arts student and one SPM student. We have put that as a mandatory stuff. There is no point in cracking a hackathon problem. If a guy is not able to give the financial edge, I'm with a government agency sitting tight for last 2 weeks, breaking my head. I am not able to, mention. The government is asking, what is the dollar per kilowatt hour? Simply, they are asking this. I'm not able to do. If a SPM guy is sitting with me, I would have simply given the LCOE stuff to that fellow, because my mind is worrying on how to get the energy into the system. I'm not worried about, but there is one group which is wanting to understand LCOE per kilowatt hour. So, point is, we need to understand that we have not got married to different branches properly. Right in this place, as our eminent speakers are there, I would have loved to see at least my MTech students and BTech students sitting and hearing the problem. Because you are talking about a consumer mindset, then that is where my IoT has to. Today we are making consumers like a puppet. Whatever I give, the puppet has to drink. Whatever I give, we have not understood them in flesh and blood. Therefore, our engineering solutions have to change to the need of the people. Therefore, a proper mix has to happen. But I'm sure my engineering energy management students have, most of them have science or engineering background. So they think both from the management perspective as well as from the science perspective. But there are globally, I'll tell you, even you, how many of you have traveled by Vande Bharat train already? Nobody? No, no, I don't want to see you. I want to see somebody here. So the good assignment for director SPM is take everybody to Mumbai one day and bring them back in return. And you know, if you travel, elections are over. That's why this freebie is coming. Elections are over. No overtones on that. But what I'm saying, I've been telling this. Go use a public system, understand the consumer mindset, and come with the innovation. Go to the airport. I've been telling my civil engineering students, MTech, don't sit here and keep on killing yourself. Go to T2, T3 in either Mumbai airport or Delhi airport. Study the entire stuff. The guys will be very happy to give you a tour. Understand what is transportation there and what are the mix. Unfortunately, I'm telling you, we can bring beautiful solutions, but we are selling it to other agencies, MNCs. But MNCs, against, they want to reinvent by giving back the problem to us. And we are working in their offices in the late night and solving their own problem. What we gave to them, they are solving for us using our own midnight time. So it has to become very complementary. I'm sorry I overdid my talk, but I wanted to express my heart. Consumer relationship is absolutely a marvel to study. And I want to tell you one patent I have. We love our farmers, right, who produce milk. They come and give the milk, but if you really study the supply chain of how the milk is taken from the farmer to protected milk products which are going, the pilferage aspect, the purity aspect, the geofencing, the marketing, distribution, everything is a marvel by itself. If you can, this group, energy management group, can sit and offer one solution to Anand, you will really make a big impact. I want to tell you, every tanker, there is a pilferage of 200 liters out of that 10,000 liter tank. Do you have a way to do a geofencing, make sure that pilferage is not happening? It needs a little bit of engineering. This is where you have to do a hackathon on issues which are of greater challenge for our country. Why? A abroad guy comes here and he is starving for 2 weeks without touching any of our milk product. Have you ever seen an American coming and they immediately going and taking our coffee? They go only for green tea, black coffee. Why? Because they know our milk product has 4 times more bacterial count than their milk products. Shame on us, but that's why we are more immune. We don't run to antibiotics like the way those guys are running. Their immunity is very less, but we are absolutely good. So we don't have to feel bad. But for a foreigner who comes, do we have a milk product exclusively for them? Just like your Kinley or Bisleri. Fellows, when they are starting there, they're asking me to buy Kinley, not even Bisleri. They are so sensitive. So understanding the mind, then we can offer the right solution given the context. But this is a wonderful symposium. The topic is brilliant. I'm sure it's very tempting for me to sit and watch and listen to all the talk, but I'm sure you're going to make a big way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful words. Moving forward, now I invite Rashi to introduce to us our BMS theme 2022.
When sustainability is viewed as being a matter of survival of business, I believe you can create massive change. As consumption has become an exceedingly important part of our daily lives, it has come to be treated as a subject of deserving scholarly inquiry. The rapid increase in the number of new customers poses us within one of the most significant potential challenges: how to accomplish ever great resource allocation or an alternate sort without drastically diminishing the economic cost sort. Sustainability use is seen as a means for bettering the society and quality of living, both materially and environmentally. Both the technology advancements and marketplace strategies are essential aspects of sustainable consumption through shared and guaranteed basic needs of the global community, enhancing and creating intellectual capital and social consciousness of equable spread of resources. Sustainability is the ability to achieve success without sacrificing the future needs of a business. As a result, the organization focuses on fulfilling current customer needs at the same time taking in accord the duties and wants of the future generations. Organization sustainability thus revolves around the core principle of keeping business obtainable. The essence of organizational sustainability is based on the principle of enhancing the social, economic, and environmental conditions in which the business operates. With the current evolutions in sustainability, our theme for the Business Management Symposium 2022 is Sustainable Consumer Behavior, which will be having interactions between our guests and esteemed faculties in 2 tracks. Now I would hand over to the anchoring team for the felicitation of guests.
Thank you, Rashi. Now I, Shubhangi Agrawal, on behalf of School of Petroleum Management, PDEU, would like to introduce our first speaker of track 1 of the Startlingly Beautiful Morning, Mr. Praveen Das. With 12 plus years of experience in strategic alliance, team building, people management, negotiation, vendor management, product development, and strategic operations, he is a passionate technocrat, a voracious reader, and an avid traveler with the vision for building excellent companies and products. He is the founder and CEO of Pratco, an Indian manufacturer of an electric airless fluid handling machine and pumps to provide solution for all fluid handling and spray application. With that being said, let us welcome him on the dais, and I request Dr. Kaushal Kishore to felicitate him with a shawl.
Learning and acceptance goes hand in hand. The arrogance of success is to think that what you did yesterday will be sufficient for tomorrow. With this, I, Isha Bhatia, would like to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Gaurav Mundra. Mr. Mundra is an Associate Director at Deloitte India for Corporate Finance. Deloitte, as we all know, is a leading global provider of audit and assurance consulting, finance and risk advisory, tax and related services, etc. Deloitte has been serving people since 150 years and in over 150 countries. Mr. Mundra shares his interest in different corporate management strategies and believes in innovation-driven mindset. I am sure all the students will gain much knowledge from your view of consumption behavior for sustainable consumption. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Mr. Mundra on stage. I would request Dr. Pramod Paliwal to felicitate Mr. Mundra with a shawl.
Stephen Vincent Bennett has rightly said, Youth is the pollen that blows through the sky and never asks why. With this, I, Sanskriti Srivastava, take great pleasure in introducing our next guest speaker, who is a mechanical engineer at heart and a HR professional exposed to machines and men, Mr. Akshay Singh Ji Jadeja. Mr. Jadeja has exposure of more than 3 years in diverse set of industries such as fashion and retail, manufacturing, telecom, cement, fiber, and chemical at different levels across regions. He completed his MBA in 2017 and is a proud alumnus of SIBM Pune. His areas of expertise include learning and development, stakeholder management, organization effectiveness, and employee relations. For an important part of his training, he has also been relocated temporarily to USA and Singapore. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sudhir Yadav for felicitating Mr. Akshay Singh Ji Jadeja with a shawl.
Moving forward, I, Prithvi Panwala, would like to introduce our next speaker, who has served as an inspiration for innovation, development, technology, strategic planning, sustainability, and causes related to human rights. Having an impressive educational background from some of the prestigious educational institutes, Dr. Kulkarni excels a character that makes them unique, which is manifested by the achievements in the field. Dr. Kulkarni is a general manager at Reliance BP Mobility Limited, having a prior experience as lead in planning and project control and civil and structural engineering at Reliance Industry Limited for almost a decade. Dr. Kulkarni is also a well-regarded member of World Environment Council, World Economic Forum, and International Energy Agency, as known as IEA. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Dr. Kulkarni on stage. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. Satish Pandey sir to felicitate Dr. Kulkarni with us all.
Now, I, Janmay Panchal, would like to take forward this event by introducing the track 1, which is titled The Concern and Behavior of Consumer for Sustainable Consumption. Mariana Mazzucato, the chair of the World Health Organization Council on the Economics of Health, is making waves with a strong appeal for a green revolution based on deliberate and conscious changes in societal values, that is, a redirection of the entire economy. In order for us to effectively reply to the question, what future do we intend? She claimed the value of its proper positioning. The expansion of the internet has the customer a better exposure and knowledge of the products. Social influence is the initial method for presenting the actions, expectations of others frequently have impact on the consumers. Consumer behavior has changed since COVID-19. They are currently searching for products with sustainable longitude. They altered their behavior as a result of this worry. Pricing may or may not be an issue for customers, but sustainability is surely the one. Customers have undergone significant changes, shift in their favor of sustainability. It's going to be very interesting listening from the industry experts of different domains about consumer behavior and sustainable consumption. We are sure that students will take valuable lessons with them. With this, now I'd like to invite Dr. Kaushal Kishore sir to take forward this event.
So, all right, I welcome my distinguished, panelist for this track 1. And the rule of game is simple, is like already communicated before, that all of us is going to speak for 20 minutes, right? And once we are done with our, 20 minutes of talk, then there will be open house question answers, right? So we have 2 hours from now. So every speaker will speak for 20 minutes, and then we will have question answers, right? So we'll request Mr. Das to proceed, right? And so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Satyam Vijaydesh. Esteemed Director General, Honorable Director, respected professors, and my dear friends, a warm good morning to one and all present here. It's immense pleasure for me for presenting my talk on this show. And I would like to thank Rashi and other team who has given me this valuable opportunity to speak on this topic. So I never made a presentation or anything for this thing because I want to make a live interaction with the students. I doesn't want to make it like a classroom thing. So I want to speak about the personal experience of my product and my company, how we face the consumer behavior and the sustainability for our product. I want to share my experiences with you because the time limit is 20 minutes and I want to say it up. And also want to say some expectation from us towards the students about the student sustainability in the corporate also in this case. Right. So sustainability, as everyone knows it up, it's moving to the future without expecting the future generations to produce the ability on their own. So when you ask me what is a consumer behavior, what is a sustainability, what the corporates looking for that thing, the best example for it is in India is Tata. So you see the Tata's corporate social responsibility responsibility policies are the most consumer sustainability behavior which it has attracted for their consumers. For example, the product may be so much good, but the corporate responsibility, social responsible policies which are adopted, they have attracted towards their consumers. When you go for an Apple, the product cost may be very higher, but people likes the product because of the sustainability and the consumer likes it because of that quality. So as I rightly say it to my employees or to the people who wants to buy a product of my company, serve your product with quality and trust so that your consumers will give you trust and loyalty along with this hopes. The problem which we faced it when we started a company for this manufacturing thing is we have a competitors from Germans and Chinese. Germans are good in technology. Chinese are very cheap prices. It is a unique technology which we manufacture it up. So the technology which we do it is something like a fluid handling technology, which is used for car washing, bike washing, paint spraying application for industrial construction, all this purpose. So it is a very unique technology which we manufacture in this world, and we are the first to introduce that. But we have a competitor from Germany who is doing the technology a little bit higher than us, but the cost is very high. But the same product has been copied from the Chinese also. Chinese do the same thing with very lesser price than the Germans. So from India, we need to manufacture it up with a new technology. So the policy which we adopted is something like manufacture a product competing with German technology and sell it with a cost equal to the Chinese thing. And the main observation which we have done it on the consumer is something like the patriotic spirit. When you say an Indian manufacturing company, the consumers are really crazy on it. And they see what is that product exactly it is. It is a good technology and the consumer, the cost wise, it is very affordable for this thing. And we made a new policy also on this case to sell out our product as something like we bought a fintech company also to it. So we gave lending for the consumers to buy it up so that the cost of the machine may be like around 1 lakh. So they can lend it out through our fintech product and they can use it up so that the consumers are very happy because of the lending thing. So I just want to say a thing over here is about an Apple also. A consumer behavior, how an Apple analyze it, right? Recently, they bought a company called Emotion. That Emotion is a company which observes the emotions of the humans. So recently, I don't know many would have known it or not. The upcoming Apple products from Apple 11 onwards, they have introduced Emotion software into the Apple thing. What they do it is like when you use on your Apple phone, the face expression and emotions you have, you feel it up, it observes and send it to their server. That's how they study the consumer's sustainability and the consumer's emotion on it. So this is a new software which has been uploaded by the Apple on this case. So each and every companies, whatever they do, it is like they want to have a good sustainability in the market. But The cost and the technology also plays a major role in the sustainable development for the consumers. I want to say certain things practically, not as a corporate, but also from a student's point of view, what a sustainable students we have been expecting from the student's point of view. You see, in practical, if I want to say it up, before 1947, we doesn't have a modern technologies. We doesn't have a supercomputers. We don't have IITs or IIMs, but India can produce our national leaders. India can produce technocrats. India has won 4 Nobel Prizes. But after this independence, on the 75 years, we have developed to an advanced technology. We have got IITs, we have got IIMs, we have got top class institutes, but we lag in Nobel Prizes. We win Nobel Prize in peace, but not in science and technology. So as a student's point of view, what we expect on this student sustainability is develop your positive attitude and leadership skills, work on your goals, try to contribute something for your country. That will increase the GDP growth of your country. When you speak about sustainability, the country's GDP growth also to be increased. Right now, for manufacturing, we depend on China, everything. If China stops exporting, the GDP gets crumble over here. If you want to increase the GDP of this nation, you have to do the manufacturing and you have to do export. And you feel like as a student, if you want to have a sustainable growth on the consumer behavior on everything, develop a positive attitude and leadership quality. And I believe I don't want to make a slide because I want to speak it everything from my heart. What Director General also has said it about what he expected from the students and everything. So this is what a common observation which I say about the sustainability on consumer behavior. And everyone aware is that when you provide a proper quality of a product with a trust, the customer will show you the loyalty on this thing. Based on this topic, I just concluded over here. I want to make a live interaction with you with a proper questions so that I can able to answer for your questions on this thing. Thank you.
So, Mr. Das, I'm here. Kausal Kishore here.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
So it's like that, what we have decided that, once we all speakers are done with their talk, okay, then we will proceed for the question and answer. So okay, all together, right? So any panelist can take questions and can interact with any of us.
Okay, so yeah. I want
so to you have some time. If you want to speak something more for 5 minutes, you can speak up. Otherwise, we will invite other speakers to carry on. And then, at last we will have question and answer round.
Okay, fine. So I thought of concluding a speech because I can have a live interaction with the students on this thing. So if it is after the final discussion with the panels, then I would like to have the discussion with the final panelists. Let they complete it up. I would like to more have an interactive session with all students regarding the sustainability so that you can shoot up with the questions so that I can share my experience and I can answer it for that. Thanks for your wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We certainly will have lot much opportunity to interact with the students, right? But you may think on from the startup point of view, right? We always look at how the startups are encasing the opportunity in terms of the era of sustainability, right? So in our university already I have said with you that PDEU is having incubation center, right, since 2014, and we are the #1 incubation center in the state of Gujarat, and almost 100+ startup have given financial support, expertise, and experiences, and they are doing great. So only one question before I'll invite Dr. Kulkarni to carry on. One question I may ask you, because you have finished your talk before. So one question before you that you as a startup, right? You are driven by the opportunity that, okay, everyone is talking about sustainability, so just get into the sustainability, do some businesses, make money out of it, or you feel that I should be the part of this mission. So without thinking profitability, I must contribute to the sustainability as a mission, what United Nations says, what government of India has set up its own mission in the form of Panchamrit. So what drives you?
So, Dr. Kaushal, it was an amazing question. So, frankly speaking, on the entrepreneur point of view, it was something like, I want to something do for the society and for this country. And we have to do this product is complete on a green tech and a clean tech product. So what we have done it as something like haven't CSR policy. 25% of our profit will be dedicating for the women empowerment and for the education of the students. So we want to attach ourselves towards the society, and for this, whatever we earn it or bring it out of this product or this organizations, we want to go ahead along with the country for the betterment of the country, for the betterment of the future, betterment of the women, betterment of the kids. So we are moving on this, that it's not only on that generating the money or developing a product or making $1 million revenue, but it is something like giving something valuable to the society, to the environment, to the ecology, and to the future generations.
Thank you so much. So, we have another 2-3 minutes, So one more follow-up question, right? I wish to put before you, like, as a startup, right? I have gone through your profile, your website, and, I have learned about the journey and the businesses you have. But, being as a founder, CEO, and then, the startup, right? You expect something from the government, you expect something from the, the corporate giants, right? So, and many a times, the policy of the government or, might upset you, or sometimes that policy might excite you, right? And so, there are two questions. One is like, what in general expect from the government, and what you expect from the established companies who in terms of, they might be the angel investors for the, startups, or something more than. So what excites you about these two, the stakeholders as a government or the company, one aspect, but at the same time, what is the, the saddest moment when you don't get support from the government or the big company? So overall, how you make it balance all together?
So second thing, this is a very tough question regarding to the government. And yes, okay. Frankly speaking, currently the government policies for Startup India seed funding, Nidhi, Nidhi SSS, Nidhi Prayas, all the grants which is provided by the government, it was really absolutely amazing. So we are also got benefited on this thing. Earlier, 10 years before, we doesn't have such grants. And recently, by the central government, which they have been adopted all these policies, it was really amazing. And many startup like us are really benefiting on this thing. Based on the government policies, the second question on Dr. Kaushal on the government policies. Yes, the government policies are really good. Across, it depends upon the statewide. Each and every state has their own policy. Central government has their own policy. And how the state government implement that policies into their state is very much important on that case. So in that case, I have to really appreciate Mr. Narendra Modi when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. The initiatives he has taken for the Gujarat government, it has become a role model for the entire India. So the further CMs right now from different states, they're following the same steps which Mr. Modi has taken it up when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat. So the policies has been really absolutely very good. And when the some policies, it is maybe difficult for us to accept it. Something like a tax policies or a environmental policies, it may be a little bit difficult and a little bit challenging for us to accept it. But yes, we would like to work on it because government stands on their point, and we are here to stand with the government policies. We cannot go against the government policies at any point of time. So 90% I can say that all the policies made by the government is really appreciable, and it's really helping the startup companies to grow ahead like this thing. Because as part of after this COVID, you would have seen that 40% of startup are grown to a different level, and we have got around 7 to 8 unicorns in the past 2 to 3 years, which shows that the startup ecosystem is growing very big in the economy, especially in a country like India, and that too the policies which the government has made, it's really excellent.
Thank you so much, and that way we have completed 20 minutes also. So thank you so much. I'll now request So, as per the sequence, now I'll request Mr. Gaurav Mundra, please proceed for his talk. And again, requesting to take care in 20 minutes and then we'll have interaction. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah.
Very warm morning to all of you. Good morning. Good. So, before I, touch upon few aspects on sustainability, I wanted to drive one point which Dr. Sundar mentioned about hirers. And so I think it is really up to even the students to really pick and choose what really they want to do and really not go by what exactly is being offered to them on day one. On long term, even sustainability plays a role there as well. So one needs to look at what is a sustainable job or a sustainable career that they want to make out of it. So really the first paycheck doesn't matter. What really matters is a long-term sustainable career out of it. Coming to sustainability, I come from a finance background and I'll touch upon few aspects on how finance really looks at sustainability. There's a lot of, shosha about it's a loss-making proposition. You end up burning money. Does it really make a business case? I'll just drive one illustration. We'll go to history. We'll forget finance for time being and we'll look at history. 20th century was all about industrialization. And that industrialization caused massive deforestation. There were, the human values, which usually from ancient times were more caring for nature, caring for people, caring for society. The grid overtook all those virtues in 20th century. So those 100 years, we saw massive exploitation of resources, natural resources that we had. And that really caused a huge issue of so-called climate change, sustainability by the end of 20th century. So come to the 90s, we saw a lot of things started, the COP started, the world leaders started talking about how to handle this because they saw that what we messed up completely last 100 years, now this is going to create a lot of issue. So every disturbance or every disruption, I would say, I will not call it a disturbance, disruption is an opportunity. We used industrialization as a disruption to use to our opportunity and made millions, billions, and trillions in 100 years, right? Now, sustainability is also an opportunity because sustainability is itself a big disruptor going forward, right? Nobody knew that there would be an electric car 20 years back. Today, one electric car company is world's most valued automobile company, right? People love to drive them. I had the chance of being a passenger in such a car in Dubai a few years back. And I can tell you that the experience was altogether different, right? So sustainability is a big, big opportunity, and that's the opportunity of 21st century. And I can guarantee you that like 20th century, when we made millions and trillions in exploitation, we'll make billions and trillions similarly in sustainability. And people are going to make money out of it. So it certainly makes a lot of business case. It makes us a lot of business case for value creation, for businesses, for governments, for consumers. And there is no looking back on how sustainability will play out, in next 100 years. It's certainly a 100-year theme and things will change a lot. Today, it might be EV, 10 years down the line, it could be something else. But whatever in the name of being caring for the nature, caring for the resources, how much less we can use and make most out of it would be the theme of how businesses thrive and grow in next 100 years. From finance perspective, this has given a lot of push to how investors look at sustainable businesses. So for example, I'll not name the company. There's one company listed on National Stock Exchange in India. It belongs to a very prominent group. Fabulous revenue, fabulous margins, but it's trading at a single-digit P multiple, right? I'm sorry, but P multiple everyone understands. Okay, price earning multiple. If you read the transcript of the managing director of the company, he keeps pleading that I'll ensure that asbestos revenue from my business will go away in next 10 years. The only reason investors are punishing that company from a value perspective is because 30% of its business comes from asbestos. If they remove 30% of the revenues, for example, if they crack their revenue by 30%, they just pull out that business vertical from that company might get ended up being more valued than what it is today, despite having, a better margin profile and a better revenue. So this is a very classic case study of how investors are really looking at sustainable businesses. You would have drank paper boat juice, right? I mean, you go in Indigo flights, they give you fancy paper boat. You go to Star India, you get paper boat. Carefully look at the packaging. It's made out of a technology called MDO, where the base of that packaging is not plastic, it's paper. They use paper and layer it by a biodegradable plastic so that it can be recycled. Now that's a huge business opportunity that's coming up in India. There are companies in Ahmedabad itself who are setting up businesses, packaging companies. The erstwhile packaging companies who were making plastic flexible packaging solutions are gradually converting their product profile into sustainable MDO based packaging solutions and marketing it to all the FMCG companies that look, we have this technology, we are supplying to paperboard, we can supply it to you also. So this is the big change that is coming in, and believe me, whosoever is sort of pushing this kind of product is making an additional delta margin on the new product vis-a-vis what he is already selling. There are various factors to it. Number one, the moment you start talking about sustainable, people like to talk to you and they are ready to pay an extra penny just to make their business model more sustainable. Number two, nobody really cares, if you get a sustainable supplier who can offer you sustainable products. Any, Tom, Dick and Harry would start, let's get this product in first and then we will see how the costing works out later on. Right. And number three, there's less competition as of now. So these factors play a lot of role in making sustainability a big profit making machine. And my sense is in next 100 years, the profit that the business enterprises will make out of it will be much more than what they made in last 100 years due to industrialization. It's going to be massive. But there are concerns. So there have been some reports that there's a perception that sustainable product is always expensive. It naturally is supposed to be expensive. I mean, every new product or a new technology is supposed to be expensive. But has in history new products not been adopted? When Apple started its iPhone, even I never bothered to buy it because I thought that, buddy, it's pretty expensive, better go for some other brands, right? Today, I don't use any product other than Apple, right? Even though Apple increases price much faster, much higher in last 5 years as compared to other brands. Because the sustainable product, as Mr. Das rightly pointed out, the sustainable product, those who are making sustainable product, they are really very cautious of quality. Because those who are thinking about sustainability will naturally be thinking about what kind of stuff I'm putting in my product. So they would naturally not go wrong on those areas. In last 100 years, in industrialization, the money that we made was purely because human greed overtook all our ancient values, So for example, and I would particularly like to point out that in India, we actually had this lot of things. So when I was a kid, I was being scolded for keeping my light switch on. I was being scolded that my water tap is on. I was scolded that how can I waste my food, right? And all of us, most of us are perhaps brought up in those kind of value systems. These value systems were absent in West, right? Because the amount of greed was high and they believed that everything that is lavish is supposed to be great. And that's how they sort of ended up burning a lot of resources that we have. I was talking to one company which has a pretty big manufacturing setup in Germany, and they mentioned to me that the Ukraine problem has created another difficulty for them. I said, why? What's the problem? They said that our 40% of timber supplies used to come from Ukraine. So I did some Google, I said, what's up with timber supplies from Ukraine? Because I never thought there are so many trees in Ukraine. For I thought, इतनी बर्फ गिरती है, कहाँ तो पेड़ उगता होगा, किस तरह का पेड़ उगता होगा. I was surprised in last 40 years after the USSR disintegration, Ukraine had the maximum amount of deforestation as compared to all the other ex-USSR states. They were basically the entire suppliers of wood to all the European businesses and North American businesses. So while we know Ukraine today for different reasons, but this is the reality that we sort of ended up exploiting the resources that we had to such an extent that we forgot that we need to make some replacements to make it really sustainable. So if 40 years back, Ukraine administration would have thought that if we have to supply this wood, we should do this business. But whatever trees we are taking on, let ensure that we we plow another one so that in next 40 years there's another tree ready, and we don't screw up the environment. But they certainly screwed up their environment big time. So sustainability comes with a lot of value systems in it. It comes with a lot of business angle to it. It is certainly not a loss-making proposition. I mean, every new business, and I'm sure Mr. Das will agree, every new business first 2, 3, 4 years is a loss-making proposition. And we are okay to make that loss because that's an investment for us. But it can't be a loss-making proposition in the long run unless the product fails. In terms of sustainability, there's a lot of push from the government of India. And before I talk about government of India, government of Gujarat, 3 years back, just before COVID, I got a rooftop solar installed on my bungalow. And I was very excited about it because, first of all, I never had anything like green thing in my house, to be very honest. I mean, we were always cautious not to waste food, water, electricity and everything, but we never had something like this. Okay, we are having something for like this for the first time. And the guys, the labor and everyone who came, so I was just inquiring out of curiosity, Baba, kitna kaam kar rahe ho? Abhi kahan chal raha hai? They don't have time. So they said that we are right now installing almost every week, at least, n number of houses, the rooftop solar. In 2018-2019 years, the 2 years, Gujarat got one of the highest per capita solar rooftop installations done. Why? Because government of Gujarat came up with some fantastic rebate policy. So I ended up getting a 40% rebate from government of Gujarat for the capex. And it's beautiful because the satisfaction which you get after seeing the torrent bills after the rooftop solar is perhaps that satisfaction can't be, you can't really match that satisfaction. So if somebody asks, so before we had to install the rooftop solar, my dad asked me whether this really makes a business case, so I actually plotted on an Excel that this is my capex and this is how I'm going to save it. Believe me, in 3 years, it had a payback. Believe me. And right now, my society has all the bungalows have the rooftop solar. All. Except those who are NRIs and those who don't live here. So that's the kind of adoption. So the value systems in India are much more adaptive to these kind of things that come in. And it is certainly a very fantastic business case. The company who installed the solar rooftop at my house is making double-digit EBITDA margins today. And they do only this work. So it's not really a failed business proposition. I talked about paper boat. There are building materials which are coming with sustainability. For example, we see this red bricks. Rather, we used to see red bricks. Now they're all black bricks. I don't know how many of you are aware why they are black bricks now. So what happens is in a power plant, when you burn coal, and India is the hub of coal-based thermal power plants. Mundra has Adani and Tata put together about 8,000 megawatt of power being generated every year. The amount of coal that they burn, there is a fly ash which comes out of burning of coal. And as per government Ministry of Environment rules, you have to sort of store that ash. You can't let it go out because then you will have issues with your lung. So as a sustainable business model, they came out with a solution that let's make bricks out of it. So there's a technology which they call it AAC blocks. They compress the ash in such a way, because ash has a natural tendency of being a binding agent also. So with the technology, they compress the blocks, and today most of the construction which you see on in and around Ahmedabad, in Bombay, in Delhi, they are not being used or being done by red bricks. They are being done by black bricks. And none of the AAC block companies are making losses. Few AAC block companies have been bought out by big companies. Few AAC block companies are invested by private equity guys. So no investor is a fool, right? There is a business case around it. Similarly, my office, the place where I work, we stopped basic stuff. We stopped these plastic bottles. What we replaced it with is glass bottles. Now, this is a hassle. The hassle is that you need to keep an office boy who just keeps on refilling the bottle when it's empty. That's the only hassle. But the plus point, if I look at it from a flip side, is I ended up giving an employment to one guy. Makes sense? From a social perspective, business case perspective, cost perspective, this is naturally more expensive as compared to the water bottles, the glass bottles. Glass bottles are more hygienic if you wash them, of course, properly. But certainly, small steps that we take from a business case perspective, from an environment perspective, social perspective, it makes a lot of business case when it comes to sustainability. Earlier, when we used to go shopping, so for example, I used to go in Star India Bazaar, and they used to just give that bag and fill the stuff in. Now Tata, of course, is very conscious. So Star India Bazaar is a Tata Group company, just for everyone's knowledge, operated by Trent, which is called Tata Retail Enterprises. So Trent came up with a policy that all its retail stores should have, should push for, zero polythene policy. So of course they changed the bag, they made it the biodegradable, but that comes with a cost. So they made it a bill. So whenever you go to a billing counter, they'll ask bag chahiye. So I say, okay, de do, I'll pay for it. My wife goes, she'll carry that, a homemade bag, right? So sustainability builds in. You go to buy milk and you go to buy vegetables, you rather avoid taking that very cheap polythene bags which actually get stuck up in your sewage. Rather you end up taking a homemade bag. Makes sense? And this really, it adds to our cost saving, it adds to the cost saving of the vendor, and at the end the environment is protected. The next rainfall, when it downpours heavily, we'll bless ourselves only that we didn't use the cheap polythene bags. When it comes to consumers, even in the West, in last 10 years, the use of single-use plastic has almost gone away. It's gone over 80-90% by now. People really avoid. So this thing started in US in 90s. So they used to have those paper bags. They used to carry their stuff in those paper bags and carry it. Similar trend came in UK, but UK has a bit of a mixed mindset like India. So they used to carry that homemade, cloth bag with them to buy their stuff. In India, we had it since ancient times, but in between we had a lot of greed, we forgot, and then now we have adopted it again. There's one more thing that comes to sustainability is at times what happens is companies fail to market it appropriately. So for example, there's one company offering a same food product, but two different packaging. One is with a usual plastic packaging, one with a sustainable packaging, but they fail to promote it appropriately. What happens is there is always a gap between intention and action at the consumer's end. Consumers want to buy sustainable, but they either are unaware or they believe that it could be expensive, or they end up not really taking care of that I should buy a sustainable product. So the only thing that the company should do is try and market more of their products as eco-friendly, recyclable, etc., etc. That is perhaps the only way they can increase the mix of sustainable products in their sale of shares, their share of revenue versus, the unsustainable ones. I think that's the only way. Otherwise, it is quite natural that consumers will end up buying sustainable products. Human nature by default likes to buy things which are good, which are healthy, which are sober. uh, you know for example, West came up with one idea called vegan meat. I don't know how it is, I don't eat it, but there's thing called vegan meat. So they wanted to be sustainable when it comes to non-veg eating, so they came up with vegan meat. uh, Similarly, we don't really like to see things which are cruelty made. So now you see in many products, especially which has some non-veg element to it, you will see on the packaging cruelty free, right? So they try and ensure that there is no cruelty meted out to prepare that meat. That is the level of sort of awareness in the companies is there, and they believe that there are a class of consumers who actually see this and then buy. Otherwise, they don't get any dream to sort of put that logo on the product. There is an angle to it, right? Middle East has a lot of halal thing. Halal is a different story, but point is, in food, there's a lot of angle being made, especially in non-veg, to ensure that it is being positioned right. It's non-veg at the end, but it's being positioned right so that there is some consciousness being built it. When it comes to veg, organic, right? We don't want pesticides. There is always pesticides, but it is at the back end channel. I know few agrochemical companies who actually have modified their entire chemical genome of their pesticides to ensure that the bad class of chemicals don't seep into the soil and then don't degrade the soil. None of these agrochemical companies make any loss on their products. Be very mindful of it. They are no fools to produce a product or create a product and then end up selling it at a loss. They make profit. My mind is they make an additional delta profit on it because they would be marketing and sort of positioning it differently. But there is a class of buyers to buy it, and organic companies, there's a lot of organic. When you go to any retail store, you will find a whole section of offering organic grains, right? And carefully look at the packaging. This is a homework for all of you, Baba. Go to retail stores and just see the staples. Dal, chawal, atta, sabka packaging pad lo piche. There's a ocean of knowledge there. Ocean of knowledge. I am myself belonging to a consumer sort of businesses, and I have done this kind of things in the past. I can tell you, you'll get to know a lot of things which are dying, things which are prominent, and things which are evolving. All the three kind of products, technologies, innovations, you'll get to know. I can assure you. And as students, you should compulsorily do this Saturday, Sunday. Homework hai aapka. I ask my kids. My elder daughter is now able to sort of read properly and all. So I ask her to. She wants chocolate. So I said, do one thing. Take whatever you want. First read, and then let's decide after reading what you want. And I'll get you only one packet. So she ends up knowing what are the ingredients, packaging mein kya likha hai, papa ye label ka kya matlab hai, These activities really help, and as students we should do it. I didn't have the privilege of doing it as a student, but I did it while I was on the job. I used to go to retail kirana shops and understand actually वो लोग बेच क्या रहे हैं और लोग खरीद क्या रहे हैं. हिंदुस्तान में धंधा समझना है तो किराना की दुकान पे समझ में आता है. हिंदुस्तान में इलेक्शन समझना है तो किराना की दुकान पे समझ में आता है. Make sense? Was my talk enlightening or any questions? Of course, we have a Q&A session, but feel free to ask me. I really tried to keep the talk away from the typical consumer jargons and everything because I wanted to really make you aware of how things are really shaping up in the outside world. I am completely aware of the fact that you are really a petroleum guys, but at the end, petroleum has a lot of angle to consumer. Half of the things which today a typical consumer consumes has a touch point to petroleum. इन सम वे और द अदर। कुछ नहीं तो पॉलीथीन बैग तो है ही है। गुड, थैंक यू।
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mundra. It was wonderful listening to you, and especially, I really enjoyed, the way you have, spoke about the three angles, particularly when you said that, the last 100 years and then, coming 100 years would be totally different, right? And also you beautifully talk the journey from a consumer point of view, having rooftop solar at your home, right? Supporting the sustainable cause, getting into that mission, right? It's not easy. And then a story, what you said about yourself and your wife, you said you want to have bag, and then your wife is carrying homemade bag and all together. So that is all about the objective. It's all about change start from your own self, right, at your home, right? And also you talk nicely in terms of that what companies should do. So it's all about, company is here to drive the sustainability, right? And to drive that sustainability, right, consumers has to pay a little bit higher, right? But it's all about the mindset, right? If you are able to convince the consumer that why you are going ahead with paying more, and in against of that what you are going to receive, if you are going to make that communication impactful, the things will be easier for the marketer as well. So it was wonderful session. It was amazing to listening from your side, and certainly we will have more opportunity to interact in Q&A round. Now I'll request Mr. Aksharas to please proceed with his own presentation.
Hi everyone, am I audible? Students at the very last bench, am I audible? Okay, thank you. My name is Akshay Raj Singh Jadeja. I have been brought up in Vadodara. I did my mechanical engineering in GH Patel College of Engineering and Technology, Vidyanagar. And post that, I did my MBA in HR and minors in marketing from SIBM Pune. I was fortunate enough to get the exposure at a very young age that is still, I feel, is elusive to so many of my peers in HR as well as the industry. I got a chance to work in a startup, fashion and retail. I think all of you would have heard about Aditya Birla Online Fashion. I think it is defunct now, but still, the fashion and retail remains a strong pillar for Madura garments. Post that, I worked in manufacturing in Novelis. So, any one of you remembers Coca-Cola? Right? Okay. Coca-Cola cans, do you know what they are made of? Pardon? Yes, we need to make this session interactive. I would really appreciate it. So if you can share just off the top of your head, what do you think Coca-Cola cans are made of? Okay, not steel? Not needed. Okay. So Coke cans are made of aluminum. We have a company called Novelis, which manufactures rolled aluminum, which was acquired by Hindalco. It's a subsidiary company of the Aditya Birla Group. And I got a chance to work there looking at their manufacturing practices for around 4 months. And it added a wealth of knowledge to how we operate in India, how they operate even in North America, South America, Europe, as well as other continents, and what is the cultural difference that comes when an Indian entity acquires a foreign entity. Because the manner in which the merger or acquisition is practiced, as well as the practices that are enforced, is very, very, very different. Post that, I came back. I worked in the telecom sector. Idea and Vodafone, they were merging. And for 8 months, I was a part of their merger and acquisition team. That experience gave me a very good knowledge about what happens at a company level, both on the Vodafone side as well as Idea side, and what is the need of the hour. If just to quote an example, Idea as a company was a follower company in any circle. So when they introduce a new circle, let's say Tamil Nadu, so whenever they go into a new circle, it generally comes out as that they will wait for Airtel or some other company to go in, establish their operations. They'll wait for the data, and then they will start introducing their schemes. They will start introducing their prepaid and postpaid plans. That is the strategy that they took. Vodafone is a very brand conscious company, and the culture of Vodafone and the culture of Idea, although we were pegged for synergy, we wanted that both Vodafone and Idea come together and become an industry leader. The mindset was something which we failed to drive in the next 8 to 10 months, which were crucial once the leadership was selected. And that itself is a huge business case study. The whole point here becomes right problem, right time, right people identified to address those problems, and in a way that suits the culture. Because until and unless you identify the, हिंदी में बोलते हैं नब्ज, कल्चर की नब्ज नहीं जब तक पकड़ पाओगे तब तक driving a lot of people is very difficult. And here right now what we are at the stage that we are, I would really just say that it is high time that we started acting rather than just talking. I really welcome the initiative. I really am thankful. Recently we celebrated Thanksgiving week at Aarti Industries, and I'm really thankful that I got a audience. But I would really like to leave you all with a food for some thought. And for that, I would request your interaction as much as possible. So I have a question. If there is a bacteria inside a glass and that bacteria grows, doubles each hour. So at 0th hour from 12 to 1, if there was one bacteria in the glass, at 1 a.m. or p.m. there are 2 bacterias. At 2 a.m. or p.m. there are 4 bacterias, right? So if this is the problem statement, then how would you, or when do you think the glass will be exactly half full? Any wild off the head? Right. Exactly 1 hour before. Did everyone understand the logic behind this, or do you want me to elaborate? I think it is pretty much antithetical as to what the president or the director general mentioned, that there are a lot of paradoxes and antithesis. But I will just reiterate. See, we are doubling at every rate. At exactly 1 hour before, at the 11th hour, the glass will be exactly half full. And the moment the 12th hour comes, the glass will become full and it will not need much time in overflowing. Anyone has seen the movie Don't Look Up? Yeah, Don't Look Up. What are your reviews? Did you like it? You didn't? It made you come face to face with something? Yes. Any other reviews? Any other, like, it was good, it was bad, it was beneficial? See, our biggest fear is death. And not only death on an individual level, but death on a collective community level. And what if the whole premise of that movie is that a meteorite is falling on Earth, that like dinosaurs, we are gonna go extinct. And it is in our hands. It may very well have been in our hands to, do something about it. But look at the utter, please excuse me for saying it, but as portrayed in the movie, look at the utter stupidity with which we handle the situation, that until and unless we are able to see that meteorite in the sky, we won't believe that. The trust level on our faculties of science and technology and all the other aspects, if they are failing to make an impact in the behavior of people, it amounts to nothing. And that is where I would also bring in, I would really appreciate the Director General to note that, in any discussion, I would also want a humanities guy or any other field guy to be there. They will be able to, give some much needed perspective. And perspective is, I would say, everything. Because if like I'll just show this, my mobile, you're able to see the back cover, right? But from my side, I'm not able to see the back cover. So your subjective truth becomes invisible to me, and my subjective truth is not visible to you. But the fact still remains that the truth is the whole truth, despite the fact that I'm able to see or not. Right? And we need to have that kind of a mindset where we are able to be willing to come over to the other side and see your 9 as 6 or my 6 as your 9. Right? Until and unless we are willing to exchange perspectives and collaborate and come together, I don't think so we'll be able to progress or proceed as a species. And we are talking on a species level because I feel that it is 11th hour for human beings. If you notice carefully in the news, do you guys know about Greta Thunberg? What is the latest thing that she has done? Please. She has sued Sweden, her home country, for not taking enough steps to prevent environmental impact, adverse environmental impacts. And trust you me, we cannot even compare to Sweden. Norway, Finland, Sweden, all these countries are still on the top 5 or top 10 list of all the countries which have adopted sustainability as a mindset. And if a person, a student from such a country is suing her own country, I think अपना खून खोलना चाहिए, जो नहीं खोल रहे. और हम सब थोड़ी तो मोटी चमड़ी के हैं, मतलब इंडिया में थोड़ा है ऐसा. And I would also thank the esteemed faculty and all the members to invite me because of nostalgia. It was not long back that I was on the other side. It was not long back that I was in the last bench. It was not long back that I may have slept a bit also. But the fact remains that if I'm here before you to speak on something, to have a dialogue, I think that I should be able to reflect on myself first before saying anything to you. So the last 2 weeks, I think, have gone in reflecting for myself whether my choices are sustainable or not. As a consumer, as a person, as a member of the species we call Homo sapiens. And I feel that I am doing very, very negative on a rating scale of 1 to 5. If I may say that I am not qualified to speak before you, but I still feel that I have tried. I don't know if you have heard the story of Gandhiji, and he has a famous quote saying, "Be the change that you want to see." So what I have done is I now don't take the elevator. I have started walking or taking the stairs. Now that is one small step for me myself that I have started. From the moment that I have started to become conscious whether my actions are sustainable or not. And trust me, it is difficult. In the face of that decision where I have to have take a decision where there is convenience, where there is no exercise involved, where there is like time is of utmost importance. At that moment also I have to turn towards my own two legs. It is liberating in a way that there is some kind of discipline, and that is also the Director General talked about that. I think Sir also talked about that somewhere we are looking at things in a manner which is antithetical, which is ironic, but we need to look at it because in those constraints lies our solution. So my journey has been less in terms of number of years of experience, but I would say my journey has been much more because I have made some choices, and those choices have led me to where I am right now. And those choices have helped me, but it is not possible without taking the advice of all the elders, right? So somewhere I think we are in this very big loop, and the answer, as Mr. Gaurav suggested, that inevitably it will come out to be that we need to go back to our roots, our community lifestyle, our. Did you guys know that there was a recent, I think it came in the news that, in order to increase happiness, the single most important factor that is there, which plays a very relevant role, is the sense of community. If you are in a community, if you get that sense that you belong, and if there is an acceptance level, then automatically your base levels, rather than going on the depression scale, you start becoming self-confident, you start interacting, you start having dialogues, you start coming out of yourself and thinking about others, right? And that is where I think we are stuck, and that is where we need to hold hands together. I would have appreciated, I don't know if how many minutes I have left. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. So I had a very मतलब मैंने काफी लंबा लिस्ट बनाया था कि भाई इतनी सारी चीजें मेरे को डिस्कस करनी है या फिर बात करनी है. I had even made a list of like all the different behaviors that I as a consumer do. Like, do I think about appropriate disposal of plastic waste after drinking? I don't know. मैं अभी आया और I drank a bottle. I think I gave it to someone, but I don't seem to register whether I put it in a dustbin or not. Right? This is an awareness level for me. But the moment it starts, now I'll start seeing things on that level. And that is what I'll also invite you guys to, come up with. It is not something that is only dependent on someone on this side. It is like we all are there together in this journey. So I would have appreciated if this was a nighttime fireside chat at 11 p.m. as we correctly set the context that it's an 11th hour, right? And at that 11th hour, if we are able to have a hackathon, that these are the topmost things that are plaguing humanity and what solutions would you come up with? I can bet my hat on this podium that even this forum right here is enlightened enough to come up with wildly different solutions for these problems, and we don't have any lesser innovation than our counterparts in the United States or anywhere else in the world. We must also look towards the fact that we are managing something which is complex and something which is continuously changing. Change is the only constant, and there is a model, Lippitt-Noster model, which suggests that in order to manage a complex change, you need to have 5 things without which you will maybe become confused, maybe become frustrated, right? So you need to have a vision. So in if the result state or if the change for me is to become aware as an individual so that I can impact or influence other people around me. Right now, what I'm doing is somewhere I'm trying to influence you. I can't impose things on you. I can't say I can't mandate like a government that you need to do this. I can't mandate like a teacher that I'm sorry, कल homework है कि नहीं है, right? But I can definitely give you a food for thought. It will help you come up with different questions. I think there was a recent innovation जहाँ पे ओपन एआई करके फोरम है, इलॉन मस्क ने फाउंड किया था. नाउ ही हैज लेफ्ट इट, बट दे हैव कम अप विद चैट जीपीटी. Chat GPT is something which is the next level Google. In Google, you go for search keywords. In Chat GPT, you have a dialogue. Before coming to this forum, I literally had a dialogue with that AI on all the different models and consumer behavior aspects that I am supposed to talk about, right? So it is very handy for us to factor in new technology to address the same old problems. But inevitably, the answer will always come out to be community-based living, which will always turn out to be sustainable. And when we say sustainable, there is an aspect of dependency that comes. Devdutt Patnaik, he has a video on YouTube. It is on Indian Oil Day. He is giving a speech, and therein he mentions the symbology of Indian culture or Indian mythology and how it integrates. It includes the aspects of trust and accountability, because very often it happens that someone or the other inside our home, in corporate or anywhere, asks us to trust them, but we sometimes don't feel that we can trust them. And because those are not very inherent processes, so there's a symbology of Lord Vishnu wherein he has 4 hands, and in 4 hands he is holding something. That symbology is akin to saying something. For example, he is holding the conch. Conch means communication. You really need to communicate. Communication के बिना कुछ नहीं होने वाला. There is a Sudarshan Chakra. It is akin to a review mechanism. Every month in corporates, we have a review. I don't know if in your homes, like families sit together or not, but it is the ideal practice wherein there should be some time out of the busy schedule of individuals that they come together as a family and talk about the well-being of each other. So that part is something which needs to be addressed if not being done. And I'm speaking after I have started to imbibe that as a practice. Apart from that, we also have the dand, the mace, and it is used for punishment. And we also have the padma. The padma is used for appreciation, right? So communication and appreciation for the things that are going good, review and punishment for the things that are going bad. There will be life, but there will also be death. From a stage as a child of dependability on someone else, from a stage in adolescence where you want to be completely independent from parents or from other supporting mechanisms, to a part where you are working on yourself so that you can be dependable for others. This mindset shift will help us all in driving the whole community together towards a sustainable future. Because if we are not dependable ourselves, how can we ask someone else, even an organization, to be sustainable or to follow sustainable practices? So my whole premise lies on the fact that, before pointing out fingers, I think we should reflect. And this forum has given me a chance to reflect. and I really thank the forum for it. I have a lot of things, other things as well. In case you guys are interested, we can discuss afterwards as well. But I'll just end with this thought that somewhere, uh, please do reflect on the fact that in Sanskrit there is this word, this phrase, which is Ati Sarvatra Varjayet. Anything in excess becomes stale, becomes, and if you go and draw analogies in other mythologies as well, like Greek mythology or any wherever the sins are mentioned, anything related to sins is something which is always done in excess, right? So we are at that 11th hour. Before making any decision of buying, or before even making any decision of doing, we need to ask ourselves, are we doing something out of need, or are we doing something out of greed? It all boils down to this. If it is greed, see, I wore something professional, right? I could have very well come in a khadi kurta and I would have been comfortable, but maybe the August gathering may have, some concerns. Maybe, I don't know, right? But I was very much pleased to see that the Director General himself was wearing something Indian, right? That gave me great confidence. But I know for a fact that buying something off the shelf from a market, I don't think so it is as sustainable as buying something from a hands-made craftsman from a khadi udyog bandar who makes khadi, or anyone who is for that matter working on handmade aspects rather than on standardized aspects. This greed started when we started following standardization, when we started following status, and like as per Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But somewhere we need to address this fact that at the end of it all, we are going to live alone, die alone, and as long as we are a part of our communities, we can focus on the long term aspects. We can focus on it being a win-win scenario for all, and we can focus on it being a infinite game. I think there's a very beautiful movie called A Beautiful Mind by where John Nash speaks about the Nash equilibrium. And I'm touching a lot of things today, but I still respect or request everyone to go back and maybe just touch base with these aspects if possible. At the end of the day, thermodynamics, we are in an energy campus, and we are talking about something which is energy related, and the law of thermodynamics, I think second law of thermodynamics mentions the usage of the word entropy. Anyone can share how will you define entropy in layman terms? Anyone? यार मैंने मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग 5 साल पहले कर दी थी, 5 6 7 साल हो गए. अच्छा, entropy is randomness, a degree of randomness, a measure of disorder into the system. Anything that we do will always add randomness. Anything that we endeavor with, like मैं चलता हूँ and I take a car and I take a bike, it adds more entropy into the system. So the more entropy I add into the system, the more randomness I add into the system, we are moving slowly, bit by bit, away from a sustainable future. And the only answer is to come back to systems which that decrease entropy, that ask of us the question that, is this out of need or is this out of greed? Is this necessary, or are you doing it only for the sake of doing it? Is it from your own conscience, or are you consciously making that decision कि मेरे को Nike के जूते लेने हैं, या फिर you have a certain use to it, right? And it applies to all sectors. It applies to fashion and retail. It applies to many different sectors. But this is just a food for thought. Thank you so much. I'm open to it.
So thank you so much. So you may please have a seat. It's indeed it was again once again it was a wonderful session, and I could sense that the kind of value system you have in your own businesses, Aarti Industry Limited. I can sense it as a researcher, as a faculty, that the value system, the functionality of the organizations, right, has too much of ingredients of the sustainability, the future aspect in terms of how to behave as an individual first. So certainly when we look at these all young future leaders, right, we as a faculty in the classroom also, we spend a lot of time in educating them, sensitizing them that the first thing is important before each one of us is to be good in our life, right? Once you are good in your our life as individuals, right, when you take care of your own self, right, then you look at you taking care of others, right? So you have amazing talk it was, right, in terms of how a consumer should behave in this society, and also it talks about that in days to come. I will certainly look at how Aarti Industry Limited is going to contribute towards this sustainable journey. But in the Q&A round, certainly I will have a couple of questions in terms of the overall journey of Aarti Industry Limited and how you are driving your channel partners or consumers to adopt the sustainable product and consumption altogether. So thank you once again. It was a wonderful session. Yeah. So now I'll request Dr. Omkar, please carry on. So we are on time. It's almost 12:15. So 20-25 minutes you may please, and then we will have some 20 minutes for Q&A round altogether. Sure. So 20 minutes for yours. Thank you.
By the way, good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. Is the energy is same? We are in the energy campus. Now, Mr. Jadeja mentioned about it. So, with the same energy, we would be continuing. But I'm taking little bit different aspect since we were discussing and expressing thoughts about the consumer requirement, consumer behavior and requirements. I just want to go into the project management aspects where sustainability, how this is to be maintained from the first level of the project execution. But before that, I would like to express one opportunity presented by one of my friend, Mr. Anand Vishwamitre, that he presented a concept called clear water. So what the clear water was depicting, that he took very simple phenomenon. Weekly or intermittently, we visit hotels, right? We go there, we consume food, we drink water. We drink water through glasses, right? And these glasses, what could be the measurement of a glass? Around 150, 200 ml, sometimes 250 ml, the bigger glass. Sometimes we leave the table with half-filled glasses, almost full-filled. Imagine that 125 ml of water into glass just left out. How many customers or clients, customers would be visiting to the hotel? Could be in hundreds in a hotel. A dining hotel I'm talking about. Let us consider 200. 200 a day, even lesser number. We can consider 500. What could be the quantum of water being wasted a day in a single hotel? Could be around 50 liters in a single month. How on Saturdays and Sundays, the quantum or quantity of water being wasted was the average water wasted was around 125 liters a day. I'm talking about drinking water. I'm talking about the drinking water. Consider a city which would be having minimum such restaurants, bars, not here. I'm talking about Mumbai and other suburbs. Minimum 150 restaurants in a single city. Then I'm talking about one Zilla state district. Let us escalate to state. And if we go pan India, the number per day is 300 million liters. 300 million liters a day drinking water is being wasted. If we multiply by 365, it is closing around 1.1 trillion liters of water per year, drinking water. So he was going to tap all the restaurants and he was going to give a credit, water credit, as industries are being given the carbon credit, right? So lesser use of carbon, you get a more credit, and that is linked to various subsidies and insurance, other things. So similarly, the hotel industry would be given a water credit. So that was his phenomenon. Because of this pandemic came up, so that got affected to his project. But ultimately, again, he would be more active. Then he had some research in western side. There is one big forum in Miami, International Hotels Association, IHLA, Luxury Hotels Association. So up to UAE, they are they have their chapters up to UAE, and there are 200,000 hotels around and above 5-star. I'm not talking about even below 5-star. 200,000. They had the biggest study regarding the wastage of water and how. Then he started getting into more onto it, how to save the water or how to convert the water, how to reuse the water. So ultimately, I was coming to that. There are such plenty of opportunities, as Mr. Mundra rightly mentioned about. There are various opportunities are lying within the sustainability. That next upcoming decades, there are going to be a really good outcome financially also that gonna come, as within last century it was been exploited through the resources, but now if we are going to use various concepts, reusing it, refurbishing it, so that is going to make more opportunities. Without your permission, I have brought one guest today, and that guest is going to come on the screen. Can you please run the video? It's now or it's the 11th hour. Glass may overspill. It is our responsibility to make the sustainability as a lifestyle. As a lifestyle. Can you move on to next slide? Yeah. So whenever it's a human mind that unless and until an opportunity is being discussed, the adaptability or adoption may take time. Being student, being from corporate, we always look about what is the opportunity behind the sustainability. So many this conferences where are arranged for long years by UN. Now this COP27, there is some outcome has come and exhibited a big opportunity for this decade. Let's focus onto the opportunity onto it. And if we see the figure, now we can imagine about the horizon of the opportunity in terms of money. Yes. Yeah, next. Now if you can see how much investments are expected through the decade only on climate change, nothing else. How much? What is the figure? 1.8 trillion across the globe. It is almost equal to one of the country's economy. Only on climate change. And if with respectfully and very much, yes, discipline we heard about from Director General and even our honorary guest speakers, the discipline, if this has been followed up, what could be the net profit outcome out of it? How much it is? It's in front of you. How much? How much? How much times? Which business streamlines gives you this much amount of income? We have one of these successful entrepreneur with us. Sir, tell us. So this kind of net profit or net income, net benefit, I can't say income, but net benefit is being generated with various initiatives placed for climate change. This is not I'm telling, this is from the COP27. So there is a plenty of huge opportunities adopting the sustainability. And thank you, Dr. Kaushal, because I just want to suggest to the educational system what we need to brought in. जैसे डायरेक्टर जनरल सर ने बोला था, मोहन सर ने, कि we should have technology as well as the mindset person at one place, right? So similarly, the sustainability ka ek sanskar that has to be brought in every topic. How, yes, you are the best people over here, the professors, how to best to be taken in and taking help of the people who are working into the industry. And this is to be introduced during the curriculum, the subjects, topics, and make the sustainability as a viability through the curriculum. Next. Now, sustainability in project management. We were talking about the consumer requirement, consumer behavior, what needs to be brought in, what could be the strategy. Now, I'm talking in engineering and execution perspective that during the project development or concept development, because many of the our friends are from engineering background, so I would like to take this topic regarding the project management, how various initiatives can be taken up, what is actually the sustainability, why we should get into it, why we should implement right from the first time. As you rightly said that regarding Chick-fil-A, internally your client, your customer is your employee. If he is satisfied, the product you are bringing in, he would be more satisfied into it. So similarly, in the internal branding and external branding, internal work and external exhibitions, product manufacturing, if this is to be completely integrated, we're going to have that ecosystem giving the sustainable outcome and results. How sustainability to be included and implemented during project management will go one by one. Next. Now, what is sustainability? Adopting business strategies and activities that meet the needs of the enterprise and its stakeholders today while protecting, sustaining, and enhancing the human and natural resource that will be needed in the future. You have seen the dinosaur, he was telling. You are using fossil fuels, which is made out of us. These resources are precious. That has been given by Mother Nature to us to utilize, but because of industrialization, the strategies, those were exploited. Now, into inclusion of sustainability, we have that responsibility to reuse it, convert it in other form, because law of conservation of energy, it tells that energy cannot be destroyed. It is transformed from one form to another. So in the coal is used to generate the electricity. From that energy is being put into the grid and we are using the electricity, and we get coke and fly ash. So the briquettes are being used out of that fly ash. Now, I have some experience into marine. So with C3A cement, generally the cement we use, we have various brands, we know about it. So its content is C3A. So calcareous, it's a calcium. And it causes pollution while manufacturing as well as when it has been used. Similar kind of product, which is a waste product out of the kilns, that is fly ash. In Agra, you will see बहुत सारे ढेर लगे पड़े रहते हैं. So that was used, and that various companies construction companies have started using it with cement as a binding agent, and that has brought down the usage of cement within the companies by 50%. Then you can imagine the carbon credits these companies are gathering out of using this fly ash. So such kind of solutions. Now, is it a very complicated solution? No, but somebody might have thought about, had a good research, good reporting into library. Who said about it? Yeah, Dr. Monan said about it. We do a lot of things, but we forget, or sometimes we are not much that disciplined to report it. So if we start reporting it and we get solutions out of that experience. So such kind of solutions we really need to get it and can be implemented during the engineering of the project. And these aspects to be brought in the project design and various aspects of project management. So from the first day of the beginning of that production, we have already taken care into the project management. Next. Why we have to again talk about sustainability into the project management? because ultimately it is starts from individual, then all individuals come together for a mission to build up a project, then the numbers start emerging out of it. So profits, then outcomes, monthly reviews through corporate, and ultimately what you gain and what you pay back to the society. So all together, if you see, there are three factors which now need to be governed and to be taken care during this design. Please click. First is people, then planet, then earlier the sequence was a bit of different. To make profit, how to utilize planet and the people. Now the corporates are becoming people centric, then resource usage centric, and yes, obviously profits are coming up. We have example of boat, they're making good profits. So ultimately, again, sustainability is nothing but the mindset which the institutions like PDPU, they are developing within the students through their curriculum. So within the project management, there are three major steps: the traditional, the modern, and the sustainable. So we have seen four globes over there. So within the subset, there was individual, then the project team, that is the taking care of the stakeholders and their point of views, and ultimately the global point of view. It would be a sustainable project management where, if you see the time horizon, there are two major factors, that is my generation, how they will survive, and the next generation. So my design should be in the next generation, how this is to be taken into it. Next. Yeah. So sustainability is about balancing, harmonizing social, environment, and economy. Go one by one. Okay. So whenever we think about the social and environmental aspect, we need to see whether the solution or the product is bearable, the outcome is bearable. Whether it's social and social economic, then whether it is giving the equity. So whether it is equitable, and when environmental and economic, then whether it is viable. And when we see the solution coming out of this project design, whether it is bearable, equitable, and viable, but now is it sustainable? So it is the responsibility of the technocrats who are designing the project, the sustainability to be brought in, and how this is to be administered. The MBA courses imbibed with the sustainability aspects will really help into that matter. So ultimately, whenever engineering design would be done, that time a management professional guy with the sustainability aspect should be included at that time. Yeah. So these are various aspects. If you can see, we have short of time. All right. So there are various aspects one can go through. Yeah, this is one of the important slide I would like to mention about. So whenever there are various, has anybody knowing about PMI, Project Management Institute, PMI? Yes, great. So there are various courses and licentiate courses for project management. One of them is PMP, then RMP is there, then BPA is there, Business Process Assessment, and into that, these various topics are being introduced and those are being taught. So whether the sustainability aspect is being imbibed into it, into the project design, where the concept and detailed design is being done, at that time these aspects to be brought in. So ये संस्कार होने चाहिए, जैसे बोलते हैं ना कि it should be a lifestyle. These values should be ingrained into it. Whenever you are doing it, our mind should be having that alarm. Yes, I'm designing something. So the sustainability aspect to be thought about. Earlier, the engineering design, 10 years back, I'm talking. So whenever design was being, so it would be a civil structural, it would be architectural design, whether it's instrumentation design. So there are various streams of design in which, or mechanical. So we had to given a thought to implement the HSE, health, safety, and environment. Now this is the additional one aspect that is called sustainability that need to be imbibed through the engineering design companies. So conceptual design that need to be taken care of, the sustainability aspects. Then the project execution plan, the entire project life cycle for 3 to 4 years it is going to happen. So what your project execution plan talks about, how the sustainability aspects will be taken care of, that really need to be taken care. Then various methodologies, then processes, how this will be including this sustainability. Then the project quality plan. Yes, what exactly we talked about and we discussed about the quality first. Apple. At some point of time, we were not thinking about the buying a costly device. We used to always think about the cost effectiveness. But now the thing is that only in India, last year 2021, and the only country for Apple, the sale has raised by 43%, and across the globe the figure says 7%. So first, obviously, there are some reason that it's the topic or phrases being used. Make in India. Apple now is manufactured in India, so the demand has increased. Make in India. Apple is now made in India. Make in India. So ultimately, it is how the product is being brought, and various sustainability aspect being brought about. So those are taken care to be in quality management plan. Then the सबसे important है वो periodic sustainability audits. Just rightly said, the corporates, they have monthly or fortnightly reviews. Similarly, the sustainability audits must happen. Slowly, this is being coming into the culture, and this would be part of the corporate execution plan, and we would be seeing the periodic sustainability audits happening, taking care of the execution, monitoring, and reporting. Yeah, this is the complete life cycle process for the project, and various research how is to be done. Yes. So ultimately, are you up to the challenge? Take up the challenge. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. And the foremost thing to end up this discussion, can you come to the next slide? There is a parable of Chinese bamboo tree. Anybody heard of this parable? You can see two people walking into that the jungle, and these are the bamboo trees. What could be the height of bamboo tree here? This is a Chinese bamboo, 80 to 100 feet, right? So one student, Shishya, he went to his mentor and he said, I have some project to be done or something to be implemented. I don't know whether it is, how much time it will take, whether I get success. So mentor just grinned in front of him. Okay, let's go. So they just went through the jungle. and he was telling, can you see what is around you? He said, yes, these are Chinese bamboo trees. How much time it takes to grow? He said 6 weeks. 6 weeks, 100 feet. He again smiled. No, my boy. It took almost 5 years. You take a set, you bow into it, you plow into it, you water. First day, nothing comes up. The sprout doesn't comes up. Second day, you water, nothing comes up. 1 week completed, nothing comes up. 2 weeks completed, nothing comes up. 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year, nothing comes up. 2 years, nothing comes up. So it is the patience, discipline, what we need to put it into our culture. And after 4th year completion, some sprout came out. Second day, 1 foot. Third day. So it is the exponential growth you will see into it. Then he said, but why it took then 4 years to grow? He said, it took it 4 years lavish period to establish its own network, which you can't see. So those efforts that these efforts we really need to do. We really need to acquire knowledge. We have to work upon the basic principles and get the things implemented. Knowledge and action. There is an unseen bridge that is called discipline. That discipline we need to really brought in. And with this, I would like to end up this discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity in front of you and getting into the topic. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much to all the panelists. Indeed, it was a pleasure listening to all of you. Varieties of discussions were, covered up nicely. And, we have, 15 minutes before we can break for lunch. I am sure all of you are, awaiting for the lunch, which is, going to offer before you soon, right? We'll have, some questions, from your side. So, you may please, volunteer may please, carry on the mics, right? I'll request all of you, right, while asking question, you introduce yourself. If possible, you can stand up, you can ask questions. If you wish, you can ask question directly to any of the panelists or to common to any of them. All right, go ahead, please. Even the panelists can also ask a question to each, to other panelists if they wish, right? So that would be, so nice. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Mustafa, and I'm from ENI batch. So my question is to Mr. Gaurav. Sir, you have talked about the sustainability and the government initiative by providing subsidies on solar rooftops, and as it will reduce the electricity bill. But sir, don't you think that it will also have an impact, negative impact on the EBITDA and the sustainability of the company like Torrent Power, who is producing the electricity through orthodox method like coal? So I believe it's like a trade-off. It's like a trade-off, like we are promoting to produce environment-friendly electricity, but against that we are also negatively impacting the sustainability of that business. So what's your views on that, and what could be the potential solutions to transition from environment-friendly electricity production without impacting the sustainability of that company who is producing through orthodox methods like coal and oil?
Sorry, I missed your name. Mustafa, you said. See, what happens is naturally on day one or year 1, year 2, you may see some dip, right? But
typically one household would consume how much of electricity versus what torrent power AEC would be producing for the city as a whole. But what happens is on a collective basis, it naturally takes a dip in sense that if, for example, I would have consumed 10 more units from torrent, I would end up consuming only 5 more units because 5 units are coming from my rooftop. But having said that, from their EBITDA margin perspective, it's really not going to matter much because any which ways of every few years they keep revising the tariff, right? Like every electricity company, they'll keep revising the tariff. So the margins are taken care of. So at a corporate level, no company would, be sort of wary of, being averse to the fact that they don't make profits. They'll continue to make profits. They'll continue to grow. And at the same time, they themselves would sort of push, users to sort of establish measures where they can be mindful of how they consume electricity. Rooftop is new, but let me take you a bit in the past. When Torrent Power AEC took over AEC, I don't know how old you would have been, but I was in my sort of school, and I remember they used to send one message in the bill, which used to say that in Gujarati it was the message, but they used to mean that please consume wisely, don't waste electricity. Now it's if by your logic, if I think it's foolishness for an electricity company to write like this, something like this in their invoice, right? I mean, they are discouraging their consumer to consume less in the next invoice so that their next invoice is less and the company's revenue is less. But it doesn't work that way. Sustainability is a cause and all the participants have to work for the cause. It really doesn't make any difference financially. Torrent Power, as we speak today, is diversified, to my knowledge, into other streams of the way they produce electricity. They have gas powered power plants. They are into renewable energy also. So they are also diversifying as producers. But if you look at just Ahmedabad, I believe their EBITDA would not take a significant hit. Rather, what will happen is that unscrupulous use that we do, we have 4 air conditioners running simultaneously in one home, for example. I think those kind of, exorbitant usage are being taken care of by these means, which otherwise would have a more adverse impact on the environment. So I would rather take a view that way, that we are taking care of our sort of higher needs of electricity usage through more environmentally friendly means. I hope that answers. Thank you.
Any view from other panelists on the same question if they wish to add? All right, thank you. Any other questions from you? Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yeah, it's working. Please go ahead.
Just want to understand that GOBP being a big enterprise, from culture point of view, what sort of, use case, or let's say any particular area you are working in terms of how your employee or, society can start thinking into the sustainability direction. I'll give you an example. So for example, we are working with a company in Germany, very big company, where they are encouraging their employees to adopt, forestation. Just a very simple use case. It's like adopt like 1 ton of CO2, and then you get a carbon credit. So any such initiative, which, you can give us insight, which motivate, small company and a mid-scale company to indirectly promote, sustainability plus climate changes.
Is it audible? Yeah. GOBP is a subset of Reliance, RIL, Reliance Industries Limited, and RIL is implementing various sustainable models of implementation of the projects. Just I mentioned about
the usage of fly ash. So it has come from experience that we use such kind of various materials and process and tactics being used within the projects, because I'm a project guy. I'm not from production or manufacturing. So these are various processes are being adopted, and thus which using the less carbon, I can't say carbon free, but less carbon, and having the sustainable solutions and giving the best results. That kind of processes are being implemented during the project execution. One example I would like to give that during pipeline checks, anybody having engineering background, those will understand this. So for the quality checks, X-rays are and were being used. So ultimately, using ultrasonic testing, which is more powerful and giving the better results. So ultrasonic testing were utilized first ever time for tankages, bigger tankages in India, and that has been implemented by BMS. So this is one of the example, and you can imagine if you are using X-ray for that entire testing portion. For tanks, I'm not talking about pipelines. The tanks of having radius around 85 meters, 90 meters inside. It's close to one cricket stadium. I mean, so the cryogenic tanks. So while using such kind of techniques, we are contributing towards the environment so that X-rays will not harm any co-workers working on the project as well as the vicinity. Because for using X-rays for the testing, you need to deman the area. You need to remove all your manpower out of the project. And ultimately, you need to do the testing for 12 hours. There is no work. So ultimately, this process earned manpower, man hours on the project, and no harm. So HSC point of view and sustainability point of view, this kind of various techniques are being implemented within the projects. Hope I could able to give a contribution. Yeah, thanks.
Hello. I'll just further add that like we have a company called Pulp and Fiber as part of Grasim Industries, and in Grasim Industries they use eucalyptus trees. Eucalyptus trees are a great deal of toll on the environment because they suck up the groundwater level, and but they only grow in Canada and Greenland. So that is the area from which we procure those trees, convert it into pulp, and that is again a cotton substitute fiber, and it is all processed. So while doing this, because we are procuring from a forest area, we have a certification called the Forest Stewardship Council. So if we are using that certification, we have to ensure that that area from which the trees were procured, that area is regenerated after some years and another space is being used for the usage of trees. So similarly, good and credible audit systems or certifications also add to an incentive in following sustainable measures.
All right. Next question, please. Yeah. Aditya. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Pradhan, go ahead. Yeah, you can be louder, Pradhan. We can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah, any of the panelists. Yeah, Praveen, you would like to go ahead? Yeah, please. Yes. Yeah.
Hi. That's a good question. But frankly speaking, the blame doesn't go with the consumer. It goes always with the manufacturer. There is a real truth on this thing. Because for a corporate sustainability to create a profit, yes, we need to go with a certain materials, certain products in a certain manner. Only then the profit can be generated on this case. If the people, when you see that product, there'll be an awareness maybe written on that product also, that it may be harmful, you should not use it up. But even after you see that awareness thing which is written on that product, people are using it. So it means that people are not completely against it. They are ready to use it, even though after being such awareness has been given to them. So frankly speaking, it should be the problem of the manufacturer. But when consumers are ready to accept it, then obviously there is no point on blaming the consumers and also for the manufacturers together on this thing. Thank you.
Yeah, next, please, Aditya, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just add to Mr. Das. So what happens is always sustainability is a binary function of how the user and the producer behaves, right? You are right in a way that user gets the blame because that's how we read it. Consumer leta nahi, and that's why producer produce nahi karta hai. But as Mr. Das rightly pointed out, large part of the blame goes on the producer. Not because they are not producing or something, but because it is not being promoted or articulated in a way that a consumer understands well, right? So the blame on consumer is that they are not asking for it. The consumer and the producer has to have an equal say and stake in the sustainability if everyone is looking for a brighter future and a good business model. So the ask on the producer is that you need to sort of push the hypothesis that look, this is sustainable, good packaging, brilliant product, organic product. You know, if it's an eatable, but at the end the user needs to absorb it that okay, it's largely the same pricing, and if it's, you know, all the good things in it, why not to buy and try it rather, right? So the blame is not purely on consumer, it's rather more on the producer, but it's an equal responsibility of both of them to ensure that this caravan goes on.
I'll just add one more point. The blame is also somewhere government is a party to it. So it also shifts with the government, whether they have any legislatures surrounding this aspect or not, because they drive consumer behavior. Demand supply है तभी business चल रहा है. अगर demand consumer नहीं करेगा सही चीज तो चलता ही रहेगा जैसे भी चल रहा है. In the UK, original equipment manufacturers of automobiles have been tasked with the overall disposal of their waste or overall disposal of their cars after the end of life cycle, which is 15 years. So there is a proper legislation around it, and they have also made a consortium of all the original equipment manufacturers via a startup which facilitates इधर अपने यहाँ पे कार देखो and multiple other companies are there which give you a fair estimate as to आपका कार कितने में बिकेगा. वहाँ पे they will ensure that not only आपका कार बिकेगा but वो properly dispose होगा, वो certificate आपको मिलेगा as a consumer, और वो certificate आप नई कार लेने में भी use कर सकते हो. So that is the whole impact that the government brings along when it introduces good legislations.
All right, we can have two more questions from all of you. So,
Yeah,
okay, Adit, go ahead.
Would like to contribute a couple of sentences to what Mr. Jadeja, Munraji, and Mr. Das said, that you recollect one date, that is 8th November 2016, before 8 p.m. and after 8 p.m. right? It is the mindset that worked and converted us to use the digital technology for the transactions. On 8th November, before 8 p.m., Akada was 600,000 transactions online for a country. On 9th or 10th, next 7 days, that has gone up to 2 million transactions, and gradually now it has gone way beyond. So this is the adoption. That means the discipline and adoption that needs to be taken care, and mainly the governance. what Mr. Jadeja pointed out, that governance and the policies to be made in such a way, looking the future prospects and outcome again. Again, I'm saying, if even government would be shown by the corporate, if they clearly shows about the outcome out of it, then such policies and governance is being implemented. And ultimately, again, sustainability is a mindset, and second is our lifestyle. If we don't accept it, then it will hamper the production.
All right, go ahead, Adit.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here and giving such a insightful session for all of us. I just wanted to ask that India is a rapidly developing nation and population is growing exponentially. So to utilize the natural resources efficiently is a big task, and to move towards sustainability is also a challenge. As Mr. Akshay Singh rightly said, we should look at ourselves before pointing to others. So how could we bring the change and switch to sustainability, as it depends on person to person's mindset. And also development and sustainability cannot go hand in hand. So what are your views on this?
Hi, thanks for asking. I have a story. See, there was a father and his child was pestering him. He just said, he just tore a few pieces of the newspaper and just gave it to the child. And maybe it would have engaged the child for the next half an hour or so. But the child came back after 5 to 10 minutes with the completed, jigsaw of the newspaper columns. And the father asked the child, like, what did you do here? Right? I failed to miss because I anticipated it would at least take some time. And what the child said was, I turned the side of the newspaper around. Behind the newspaper columns, there was an image of a lady, or it was an ad. I just joined the ad parts together, and lo and behold, the other side came up. So it is many times, I also mentioned, it is a matter of perspective as to what side you are seeing or you are choosing to see. There is always a side B to something. And the moment we shift our perspective from side A to side B, I think many of the things fall into place without even trying to, go to such lenses too. So it's just about how we can see things from a new lens that can help.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Das.
Yeah, I'll just add on. From a market standpoint, a high population, there's a lot of social about population issue and everything. To my mind, it's a big opportunity, and perhaps an opportunity of the millennium. The reason is how many number of people you can turn into being more sustainable, cautious, right? The exponential growth in the number of people, absolute number of people in India who will be more sustainability conscious going forward will far exceed the guys who are there in other countries. So we are going to add a lot of positive value to the ecosystem, to the sustainability cause when it comes to India as a country, because it's not about percentage of people falling into this. It's about each individual adding to the cause. So the more number of people adding to the cause, the more we help sustain the ecosystem. From a financial perspective, this obviously adds even more to the opportunity which the companies would have. You have more number of consumers available to whom you can offer whole lot of different sustainable, eco-friendly products, right? So there are more the consumer, the better market perspective is.
So I add an additional point to this. Thing is, like, you asked the question, how can we bring a change for the sustainable development when the population is getting increased? It is possible if each and every individual have an inner transformation within themselves for an ecological and environmental sustainability, then it is possible. It is something like, if you ask, when the population it's increasing, Meanwhile, the corruption and bribery is also getting increased. How to eradicate the corruption and bribery? The only answer is the person who does that should have an inner transformation within themselves, that they should not commit that mistake anymore. Unless an individual doesn't have an inner transformation within themselves regarding that mistake, then it is not possible. So regarding the sustainability, each and every individual has the responsibility and should have an inner transformation within themselves towards the environment and the ecological things. Then it is possible. Thank you.
All right. So now I'll invite anchors to complete the proceedings. We are running short of time. So okay, Jed, one last question we can take. Yeah, please.
Hello. Yeah, I have seen the numbers in the presentations that there is a very good opportunity being a businessman myself. So I have a question for Mr. Gaurav sir and Mr. Akshay sir, that how will find the opportunity in the manufacturing? Like you are in the chemical business, internally you are evaluating the your business day to day. So how will you identify the opportunity? And being an entrepreneur, how will convert it into the profitable business? And the last one is to Mr. Praveen sir, that once I have an sustainable idea with myself, who is the best to pinch my idea first? To the industry, who is the best person or audience to pinch my idea first? Whether it is a government or it is a kind of end user.
Thank you so much for asking that question. I'll just mention 2-3 pointers. First is if you go to Aarti Industries Limited unit at Jagadia, Bharuch, outside that there's a very big board which mentions that we are in the business of sustainability. We just make chemicals, right? So first is that is the approach that we have taken. So as part of that approach, we have shifted that approach since 2017 when we had an organization intervention. What happens is when we have a very huge gathering like this, in the Indian tradition we have something called Namaste, right? We devised our own term, and there is something in the manufacturing sector which they call as safety contact or safety pause before we start any August gathering. First point is that all the different exits that are there in case of any fire or emergency need to be mentioned. Second is any safety contact or safety example can be shared, right? Now we took that concept and we introduced it on a daily basis as a Be Safe huddle. So what we devised is that we introduced the concept of Be Safe by employees, sustainability assurance for employees. Not a safety assurance, but a sustainability assurance. And our motto is stakeholder delight. So by default, we want our employees also to be safe. So we are sending a message as an influencer or an organization that whenever we start any meeting, I'll always greet you with a be safe. Yes, team, be safe, right? So that be safe is the thing that adds value. Now it has reached a simple critical mass where just about 1 or 2 months back, we were pitching that idea. See, we have developed our own Aarti management system guidelines. It is referring to different kind of, best practices around the world, but those guidelines have been internally, organically, we have come up with them. And what we started was, we can have an internal consultancy kind of a business, where we can help the small and medium scale entrepreneurs implement our guidelines on a manufacturing level, which also incorporate the sustainability angle, right? That is a side business, if at all, for Aarti Industries. But I think it is a very viable business in the long term. That is one aspect. Second aspect, the moment I started interacting and learning about sustainability, it also mattered as to what are the key influencing parameters that come up with. So we have care, integrity, and excellence as our values. And each and every time we start with these values, we display it, demonstrate it, and we also ask our stakeholders to expect these values from us. In case these values are not visible, they have a right to speak up. And we are also actively trying, like despite there being an hierarchy, we are trying that everyone can, approach anyone with whatever idea they have. At least making the ecosystem approachable is one thing. And out of my scope as far as the business angle goes, but in case you have an idea, I think there is no bar to whom you can pitch it. You pitch it to anyone and everyone, and wherever it sticks, it sticks. Because not everyone would be open to a new idea, but someone or the other will definitely look at it from your perspective and maybe see the business potential there.
See, sustainability is not a product. Okay, it's a virtue in your act and your actions that you sort of take up. So a chemical company can also be a sustainable business. So sustainability is being sort of cautious about what you are doing and ensuring that your product is, not damaging your process. Your processes are not damaging. Your manufacturing setup is not damaging. You're doing enough to sort of taking care of, where your, for example, waste is going. For example, what kind of product you are making. For example, what kind of packaging material you are making. I gave an example of paper boat, right? I mean, it's a fabulous market example today as it stands. One of the best products, I love the juice, but more than the juice, I of course equally love fruity, but I would rather enjoy paperboat more. The user experience is different. You have a different packaging. You just pour it in your mouth. The second thing is the material that they use. The moment you pick that in your hand, it creates a consciousness that this is paper, right? This is not plastic. This is one such example. Sustainability is not a business. So you don't need to run after sustainability as an entrepreneur. You need to run after the business model, but ensure that you make your business model sustainable. I think that's the only thing. And by making that, I think that benefit which our sir, Mr. from Geo explained, I think that is the kind of benefit that we can get.
Finally, my answer for your question is, obviously, when we create a product, we should focus only on the consumers. Only based on the consumers, the market traction gets attracted. Once the market traction gets attracted, we have a good traction. Only then we can go with the investors and the government. If you don't have the users, then there is no investors, no investment, and government doesn't think of it. So before approaching to the government, even if you approach to the government for the grants or funds, they will ask you the question, what is your market traction? How much users you have it up? So mostly we should focus only on the consumers for making the product. And we make the product for the consumers. And we don't make a product and stuff it onto the consumers. So based on the consumer needs, we make the product on this. So for your question is, obviously we'll go only with the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I, Ketki Paraikar, feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks for Track 1 of Business Management Symposium 2022. On behalf of School of Petroleum Management, PDEU, I would like to convey my warm regards to all the invited speakers of Track 1 for gracing us with their presence and imparting the true and deep learning about the concerns and behaviors of consumer for sustainable consumption. Now, we would proceed with the moment of felicitation. I would request Dr. Kaushal Kishore sir to felicitate Mr. Praveen Das with the memento. Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Satish Pandey to present a memento to Mr. Gaurav Mundra. Thank you, sir. I would now request Dr. Asit Acharya to present a memento to Mr. Akshay Raj Singh Ji Jadeja. Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Lalit Khurana to present a memento to Dr. Omkar Kulkarni. Uh, so we'll be having a lunch break now, and at 2:30 we'll start our session. Please come on time. Thank you.
Excuse me, please wait, everybody. Attendance has been taken and it will be taken again.
like to call our Dean, Dr. Tanushree Banerjee, to felicitate Ms. Nupur Srivastava. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I, Shreya Patel, feeling honored to introduce such a great personality as our next guest speaker, Mr. Praveen Rao. Currently driving digital interaction and engagement, one of the quintessential of branding as marketing director of SAP. He's a business leader with more than 20 years of experience in the field of data-driven marketing, CRM, communication, integrated marketing, B2B marketing, and many other specialized branches of marketing domain. He also has more than 15 years of experience in people management and leadership since he has been part of such diverse teams and metric organizations. Mr. Praveen Rao pursued Executive Development Program in Business Administration and Management from Harvard Business School and NCED. Sir, we thank you for gracing us with your presence. With that being said, let us give him an energetic and warm welcome with a big round of applause. Now, I would like to call Dr. Pramod Paliwal to felicitate Mr. Rao with a shawl.
Now, moving forward with the session, I, Sparsh Pradhan, would like to introduce Mr. Rohit Dabholkar. He is CEO and founder at India SME Accelerator. Today, as we all know, many eminent and extraordinary personalities are present between us. Mr. Rohit Dabholkar is one of them. He is a passionate leader and has ability to influence stakeholders at all levels in your organization. He firmly believes in motivating and influencing people to achieve their desired goals. He is a dynamic marketing personality with 25 years of versatile experience in brand and product management in field of consumer durables, apparels, media, and pharmaceutical industries. He is very passionate about building brand and making positive impact on consumer. Apart from this, his area of expertise and specialization includes brand and strategy development, sales partnering, product development, P&L, etc. to name a few. With that being said, let us welcome Mr. Rohit Dabholkar with a great round of applause. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sudhir Yadav to felicitate Mr. Rohit Dabholkar with a shawl.
And now it's time for our next speaker, and I, Anushka Pal, takes a great pleasure in introducing Mr. Deepak Tamoli, sir. He has completed his MDP in Training Management from XLRI Jamshedpur and is currently working as General Manager in Human Resources in Wagh Bakri Tea Group. He has been passionately working with multiple high-ranking companies like Mahindra & Mahindra Group, Samsonite, American Tourister, Cipla, and Cafe Coffee Day as L&D Specialist, Organizational Development, talent development, performance management, career progression, and succession planning. Apart from this, he is also an aspiring author. It is a great privilege to have you with us today, sir. I'm sure all the students will have a great learning. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Kaushal Kishore, sir, to felicitate Mr. Tamoli with a shawl.
Refuse what you do not need. Reduce what you do need. Reuse what you consume. Recycle what you cannot refuse, reduce, or reuse, and rot the rest. As quoted by B. Johnson. Greetings of the day to one and all present here. I,
Bhavya, welcome you all to track 2 of Business Management Symposium 2022, which will talk about the concern and initiatives of companies to drive the sustainable production and consumption. Sustainable consumption and production are about doing more and better with less. It is about producing and consuming goods or services in a way that is socially beneficial, economically viable, and ecologically friendly throughout their entire life cycle. It also includes decoupling economic growth from environmental degradation, increasing resource efficiency, and promoting sustainable life. Sustainable consumption and production also contribute substantially to poverty alleviation and the transition towards low carbon and green economies. Sustainable manufacturing also enhances employee, community, and product safety. Some sustainable business practices of companies include sustainable waste management, green supply chain management, sustainable marketing strategies, and so on. Because if it cannot be reduced, reused, recycled, or composted, then it should be restricted, designed, or removed from production. With this note, let us now begin with track 2 of Business Management Symposium. May I now request Dr. Paliwal to continue with the track. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. A very warm welcome to the expert panelists, Mr. Dabolkar, Mr. Rao, Mr. Srivastava, Mr. Tamoli. More than a moderator of this session, what I'm relishing is in being the company of the expert panelists on this side of this room. As we start the second track today, I'll take a cue from what I said in the morning, that we have 2 perspectives coming in. One perspective is that of the consumer, on which I spoke in the morning. The other perspective, of course, is the reciprocal gesture by the marketeer, by the supplier, by the businesses. We had a firm grounding on the concepts of sustainability in the morning. What we look forward to in this session is sharing of experiences and maybe some of the case studies, and also some additional ideas on sustainable marketing, sustainable consumer behavior from the perspective of businesses. So I take this opportunity to kickstart the session. The time available per speaker is about 20 minutes. I'm a nudge you as we approach the end of the time slot. Once the speakers are done with the sharing of their thoughts, their ideas, then we will make the session open for interaction. We'll have question answers, and I request all the students to utilize this opportunity to interact with our esteemed speakers. And may I take the liberty to start from my right hand side, and I would invite Mr. Dabolkar, or do we have a particular? Okay, okay. So somebody would be helping with that sequence. Yeah. So well, I thought I'll try and become a rightist, but then anyway, at least till 7th left is good. No problem. I would request Ms. Nupur Srivastava to open the session. She has a presentation. Right. Ms. Srivastava, please.
Thank you, Mr. Pacholi, at least for acknowledging that leftists are there. So, hi, a very warm welcome and good afternoon to everyone. And with that, I know afternoon sessions are a bit difficult to sit and concentrate. So let me give you a perspective on what I'm going to talk about today. We are a social organization, Vision Spring, and we have a presence across 25 countries. And our headquarters are based at Noida and at US, New York. So what we exactly do, how we are aligned to the UN development goals, what exactly we are doing, not only talking about just being sustainable, but being more meaningful to the society. So with that, if you see on the screen says Dare to Matter. It is one of the book by a founder, Dr. Jordan Caslow, with whose vision, the Vision Springs name has come out. So going forward, I'll show you that what exactly we are trying to do. We say that 1 billion people globally across the world need a pair of eyeglasses. It's a 700-year-old technology, yet it is one of the biggest crises which was reported in the New York Times. So clear vision is also foundational for social and economic development. With that, we will talk about the sustainable development goals that UN has. Till 2030, UN has taken 17 sustainable development goals. How we are a part of that, how our mission is aligned to that, we'll talk on that terms. So we talk about the sustainable development goals of no poverty, decent work and economic growth, good health and well-being, quality education, and gender equality. These 5 UN development goals are a part of our mission that we work with. We have 3 program areas, wherein we acknowledge the problem, which is again very big, but again, we are working towards solving it. In India itself, we know that 60 crore people need a pair of eyeglasses to see better and do better in life. With that, we have these 3 program areas: C to earn, C to learn, and C to be safe. So we talk about C to learn. C to learn is a program that we do. We do eye screenings for school-going children, and we identify their problem and we try to rectify it. C to learn. C to earn is a program that we do for the social sector, wherein who are working very closely, like knitting, weaving. So those community, those who are working for the small kind of jobs that they do, just for the weavers community. Then the third one is the C to be safe program. This is a program specifically designed for the truckers, the elite truck drivers, those who drive at night or the long routes they take. So our mission is to, help them grow and do better with these 3 program areas. This is also, the resolution was passed in the UN also, which says that, eye health is something that needs to be acknowledged and has been, unanimously voted by all the members of the UN. And then 2 eye health indicators were also, voted at the World Health Assembly, which were increasing coverage of cataract and increasing effective coverage of refractive error. The same thing that I told you about, eye screening and providing eyeglasses. So we talk about presbyopia, which is again, it's simple that, someone needs a pair of eyeglasses, we can give it then and there. It's basically reading glasses that we provide, which the eye health starts decreasing at the age of 40. So when someone is not able to read properly, it means a simple eyeglasses, a pair of eyeglasses can help that person to read it. So there was one study that was published in the Lancet Health magazine. We were a part of that study, which says that, how our eye health is also related to the development, to the economic development of an individual. So which we see that largest increase in productivity happened due to our health intervention in a trial. That was a trial which was done on the Assam tea pickers. These ladies, those who were working in the Assam tea gardens, when we, gave them that pair of eyeglasses and when we measured, the impact was their productivity increased with, if I talk about the age of less than 40, the productivity increase was 22%. And at the age of 50, the productivity increase was 32%. So that was also an indicator that shows that, if you provide a person with a pair of eyeglasses, it's not something that will help a person just see better, but also will help in his productivity, will enhance a person's income as well. So with this, we are also, in terms of talking to the government, to all the stakeholders, making India clear vision. uh, mission, which is Ujjwal Drishti Abhiyan. We are educating. Similarly, the movements that government is having with Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and all. We're also talking about that. Let's make India a clear vision country. Let's give a pair of eyeglasses to everyone who needs it. As I just said, that 60 crore people in India need a pair of eyeglasses. With this, we also have government's mission aligned with our goals that we are working with our mission, that the Skill India, Atmanirbhar Bharat is related to our C2Earn program. Ministry of Road Health, Transport and Highways are with C2B Safe. And Make in India, of course, it's with all the work that we are doing. And Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is very much, an indicator of our program C2 Learn. So we say that, with one pair of eyeglasses, there are numerous achievements a person can unlock. So that's what we are working towards, giving an instant, measurable, life-changing, indicator or an impact to the people. So with this, we would just given a rough calculation. If we see that, if we reach out to 60 crore people in India, social return on the investment, SROI, would be close to 9.81 lakh crore, which is 23 times of what investment we will make with that one pair of eyeglasses. So if you see, that's the minimum 5% of GDP growth. So we will only succeed by, if we all work together. Our mission is not just to provide eyeglasses, but to make everyone aware that, let's stand together, let's work together, whether it is influencers, facilitators, funders, implementation partners, regulators like government. We want to work with everyone, like the CSR partners, with your organization. We want to, create that awareness that this is a very important mission that we all should work towards. And we talk about Vision Spring. We have corrected the vision of more than 5.5 million people in India itself. And we talk about, 1 million eyeglasses we've given and more than 2.75 million eye screenings we're doing annually. So with the reach we have, with the teams that we have, we reach out to the remotest part of the country and we help people with the pair of eyeglasses. And if we talk about these 2 years, which were very difficult at the COVID times, we have given 4 million people with COVID supplies, when the mask and there were problem with oxygen concentrators. That time, Vision Spring was helping the partners, the people who were standing on the front line and serving to people. We were providing them with the necessary COVID essential items. So as I said, we were already working with 750, if you see in the map, across India, Nepal, and with UAE also. And we have SAP enabled supply chain. So we are taking technology ahead. We're working with technology. We are ensuring that, this should help in, managing ourselves better, timing ourselves better in terms of the supplies. So we have our lab and our supply chain, which is an ISO certified lab at Noida Sector 63, which we have, also we are trying to make it solar powered, which will be done in this December itself. So when we talk about the product that we are having, again, our eyeglasses, it's very simple. You go to any shop, you pick up a pair of eyeglasses. It's very simple. You just pay 500. But what about people, those who are at the base of the pyramid? Have we thought about them, how they are able to afford? With just one eyeglass, they're able to see better, they're able to do their work better, they're able to have a better productivity. But this is very difficult if you go to any hospital and you see the queues they have for the eye screenings. It's very difficult for them to even manage a pair of eyeglasses with the cost that is there. But we in Vision Spring, we try to bring the economies of scale and we try to give the best quality eyeglasses at an affordable prices. That's why we were able to reach to the million people that we have talked about. So when we talk about the market scenario, what was there was inconsistent supply, people, those who need eyeglasses, they were not able to get those required powers because again, we talk about the kind of dependency we had on China. Maximum eyeglasses are imported from China. We do not manufacture them. So we will say that, we are also aligned with Made in India. How? Why? Because we have just got our day to matter range, a DTM range, which are manufactured in India itself. So these were the market problems that we realized. There was high freight costs because of this, prices were high. Lags in production. There were so many delays which were happening. There were problem with different SKUs, color, powers. So we want to treat our customers like the customers, not as beneficiaries. The problem is if you treat someone as beneficiary, then the person do not have the power of choice, which is very, very important when you talk in terms of a consumer. So what we did was we got abundant supply of eyeglasses. We have all the certified products. We have ISO and C certified products with us. We also talking about having, because again, it's all made in India. We have these, I would say the workforce, what we are taking is more of a females. So, we are encouraging women to come and work and, get the supply of eyeglasses. So when we reach out to different forums, different customers, we have 5 million end users, 500 plus hospital partners that we are working very closely with, 15 state government and agencies, plus 65 CSR and NGOs, and in 23 states we are operating. So we were closely working with them. And what we got was style, comfort, and durability in terms of the product that we have got. So those have all the robust and sturdy designs. We have good material options. It is something that will stay for at least 2 years, I would say. If you see an eyeglass, it's just gone in a day. If you just buy it from, a free camp. So which will not happen now because we are getting everything manufactured here in terms of the quality and in terms of the finishes, everything we are taking care. And what it helps for a user is it gives them more choices. They have more designs and more color options and more shapes option. And we have developed our own molds. That's again, as I said, we are not dependent in China anymore. We have our own ISO certified. We have eco-friendly, again, sustainable. We talk about fashionable accessories, marketing collaterals, and IC material that we are giving to all the hospitals or all the network partners that we are working very closely with. So we have, total 8 range that we have offered in day to matter range, and it's huge in terms of the SKUs that we are giving. So we have unique choices, we say, for women, for men, and for children. And these are the ranges that we have, adventure, freedom, and these are all derived from our founder, Dr. Jordan Caslow's vision. If you get to read a book named Dare to Matter, which is written by him, Dare to Matter is a book that talks about how we can make ourselves more, I would not say useful, but meaningful to the society. So again, as I said, our Made in India eyeglasses are part of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. And when we had shown it to the partners, we got immense response and early feedback was very positive. So we call ourselves an impact unicorn because, we have crossed a milestone of generating more than 1.5 billion in terms of the impact that we have created. And it's a clear vision created by more than 5.5 million pair of eyeglasses, which are worn across India by children, women, and men. So this is all from my side. Thank you so much.
A big round of applause for Ms. Srivastava for sharing a very, very, very unique perspective. I'm reminded of the campaign which was run long back by Alliance International in this area. And I think after that, I've come across the concept of providing eye care solutions to the needy in the country from an organization like Vision Spring, which is represented by Ms. Srivastava. I'm impressed when she said that the end user should be considered as customers and not beneficiaries. I think this can come only from a very, very systematic way of thinking about offering such solutions, and these are very, very different kind of solutions. We all understand social marketing, and this was social marketing in practice. The vision of Mr. Jordan Castlew being put to reality, multi-prong initiatives done to achieve multiple objectives. So on one hand, you are helping the needy. On the other hand, you are also encouraging Make in India. Impact Unicorn is also something which is worth remembering. And I'm sure I do have a few questions for her, which we will take up when we start the question answer session. And I'm sure the students will also be curious to interact with her. And I was just nudging Mr. Rao when she mentioned that she also has a SAP-enabled lab. And fortunately, we have, the company represented by none other than the director marketing of SAP. So, nice start to this track. And we have Mr. Rao, who would be now joining us to share his perspectives. And I take this opportunity to welcome him and interact with us.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me here today. It is lovely coming to your campus and to this lovely city of Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad after perhaps 2 decades. Before I start my session, I wish to thank you, Nupur, for fantastic session and for being a great SAP customer as well. And we know that how passionate your management is about the whole ESG factor, which I would want to touch upon, time permitting, later today. Just one request, Nupur, since you are adding so much of, freeing up so much of economic opportunities by giving vision to the people, one request from an innovation standpoint for the students, specifically the younger one, can there be an innovation possible when they switch on screens to mobile, it automatically blurs their vision? It will further improve country's productivity. All right, so getting started on a very serious note, I would try and make my next 20 minutes very meaningful for you. We'll try and have fun in our conversation. And of course, when we do Q&A, I'm happy to take up the answers also. Sustainability is much talked about, very little practiced in reality by most of the companies, most of the organizations, etc. And I think it is important that we as a society becomes extremely conscious about what we use, or can I reuse, can I reduce or just not use, or can I recycle that? And I hail from a city called Indore. I've done my education there, spent my wonderful early life there. And today that city is one of the cleanest city in India. They take a lot of pride in stating that they are the cleanest year after year for last 6 years time. And every citizen today ensures that they don't spit, they take care of resources, they're recycling water and so on and so forth. So I come from that city and I know what it feels to be a society like that. But more about that later. So I'll dig into my presentation. My presentation is not so much about what SAP is doing. Well, we'll come to that. But I wish to talk about the core subject of sustainability and how organizations today are becoming responsible by creating right sentiments, by the very practice of their production, distribution, supply, customer engagement, and so on and so forth. If I can have the clicker, oh, it's here. Thank you. So I think before we talk about sustainability, I think it is important to understand what is ESG, environmental, societal, and governance factor. Now it has become a part of a reporting for a lot of listed companies. BSR is a reality. But what about the huge unlisted companies, private limited companies, MSCs, MSMEs, startups, etc. And I'm very happy to state that there are a lot of startups like what Nupur's organization is, which is embedding the core principles of ESG as they grow. And that is where the game will shift in the times to come. So when we talk about decoding ESG, I think the first thing is environmental sustainability. I think it is all about organizational wide practices to positively impact the environment. While the definition is far deeper, there are several aspects of environmental sustainability, but I'm not getting there. It's academic, it's available on internet and you can go and read. With that comes the societal responsibility, and it is beyond CSR. CSR, was often, in fact, CSR has been a mandate by the government in various ways for companies to practice who are beyond certain turnover size, etc. But I think organizations have to think beyond just a check in the box CSR activity, and they need to really ensure that how are they operating in the immediate environment that they operate in, the community that they operate in. And much before these terms became very common, companies like Tata Group, etc., have been practicing societal responsibilities far deeply than what we can think about. And just not Tata Group, it is ITC, it is Birla Corp, and so on and so forth. I mean, you would have heard of community-led activities by Tata Group around Tata Steel, in Jamshedpur, and so many other places. So they are really investing in education, upliftment of community, reskilling, and so on and so forth. Governance is the very important factor, and I think it is about transparency with which you practice. It's about admitting and publishing your policies. It's about showing the measure. And here is where we at SAP takes humongous pride in associating with a lot of companies in helping them bring out that governance to the fore to their customers, to their stakeholders, to their suppliers, and so on and so forth. So why is suddenly ESG becoming important? I think point to be noted here is partly that in a country like India, it has become a compliance and a statutory requirement for listed companies. But for those who are not, I think they care about consumers. Today's consumers, mostly the millennials and Gen Z, are becoming increasingly conscious about what do they wear, what do they use, and given a choice, they would prefer a brand which has a very responsible practice of production, distribution, or perhaps reuse and recycle also. And there are enough and more examples that we will cover later today. I think there is also shifting preference of existing and prospective employees. A lot of employees today looks at their organization differently. Not to say that getting a better offer is not important. Of course, it is the paramount. But all things being equal, I think a lot of employees today are also considering that what is my organization's commitment towards their employees in terms of bringing in right practices or their commitment towards the immediate environment. Investors and regulators increasing focus on brands' ESG practices. This is becoming most important topic as well. Of course, amongst the return, but yes, ROI is a factor of how brands would function. But with all of this, there is an impact. The ESG's business impacts are direct. First and foremost, no questions asked. It reduces your cost of doing business, resulting into higher profits. How? We'll talk about it in the examples that I'm going to be covering, but very quickly about if you are having better practices, which helps you reduce emission, which helps you manufacture better, which helps you reduce raw material consumption in certain way, it has a direct bearing on your bottom line. But what is equally important is that you are building a very strong brand affinity in the long run. And one point that remained on this slide was purpose-driven brands. Research have proven that a purpose-driven brand tend to have far greater ROI to an extent of 10x versus those brands who doesn't have a very clear purpose-driven commitment out there. And you think of any brand and you'll realize that brands, those who have commitments towards these factors, tend to enjoy much longevity with their in their relationship with all the key stakeholders that we have mentioned here. But equally important is to understand that is it just a rhetoric or can it be really practiced? A lot of people today believe that, oh, sustainability, yes, हम ये sustainability में ये करेंगे, वो करेंगे, हम ये donation देंगे, plants लगाएंगे, and so on and so forth. Well, that is not bad. But I think it is important to understand that can everybody bring that practice to their core? Maybe not. But can there be a journey? And yes, there is a journey. So my perspective is that sustainability can be thought from a perspective of being sustainability conscious brand, moving to sustainability practicing brand, and finally becoming a sustainability committed brand in every aspect of the business a brand would do. And we'll quickly touch upon these aspects. What all does this mean? A sustainability conscious brand would show some of these common traits. So I may not have sustainable manufacturing or a supply chain or those things now, but I'm clearly committing to the cause of RRR, reducing, recycling, reducing, reusing certain things in my process. Can I, for example, create a more sustainable business practice roadmap to begin with and adhere to it over a period of time? Or can I advocate support to certain industry-led practices? For example, can I be somebody who is ahead of the curve to ensure that I stop using one-time plastic in my packaging, as an example? Or can I meet and report the baseline that I have done this year, next year I'll do that, in the subsequent years I'll do that? That's showing your consciousness towards some of these aspects. And it can begin with even having certain drives in their organization to collect used garments, give it to some foundation, reduce the energy consumption in your offices, cut down water usage or recycle water usage, and so on and so forth. So that's showing that I'm conscious about this thing. And it starts with my home. It starts with my organization. The next is a far more evolved practice. You are creating a comprehensive ESG practice and you're stating it in your vision statement, in your mission, and you're basically communicating it very loud to all your stakeholders. But with that comes implementing non-core practices to reduce emissions, improve green practices. Example, packaging I mentioned. Can I cut down, for example, usage of plastic bottles in my organization? Can I bring back water to be used in a certain way? Can I install certain IoT devices to automatically dim or switch off lighting when nobody's in the room, and so on and so forth? That's showing some commitments towards that. With that comes the responsibility of doing something more for the society beyond CSR. Can I, for example, as Nupur rightly mentioned, can I commit to a vision that, okay, part of my earnings will go in supporting a cause which is closely linked to my business line? And, lastly, when we talk about sustainability committed organizations, these are the organizations who have had adopted ESG at its core. Manufacturing, my distribution, my ability to influence my supplier network to also adopt those practices, maybe influence customers in the long run to function in a certain way, is towards that. And there is a very definitive product and company roadmap based on ESG at its core. So let us look at the examples of some of the companies operating in India and Indian brands who have been practicing this. You would know that Amazon, almost 2 years back, have successfully eliminated 100% single-use packaging in their whole dispatch and delivery models today. Now, here is a small video I wish to play, which talks about that. How did they go about doing it, and how did it help them achieve that? If I could just seek your help in play. Is your system internet connected? Okay, so I think it will take time to buffer. It's a YouTube video. I think you have to just enable that. Enable content. Click on enable content. Yeah, just play it. Anyways, and we'll skip this. We'll skip this in the interest of time. Can you just put in full screen mode again? Okay, so I think this link is for some reason not working, but it is freely available on internet. Go and check that. How did Amazon go about getting rid of single-use packaging from their warehouses in India? Next slide, please. Now, I wish to bring up a very interesting study about Nivea. Now, Nivea is a household name in a country like India. It's not an Indian brand, but I think they're more Indian than some of the brands because they sell some significant amount of volumes of products in India. Recently, what did they do is that they changed their packaging. The bottles, so basically the body lotion bottles now comes in a squeezable bottle. What does that mean? Well, that is 50% less plastic. 50% less plastic. It doesn't end there. They are also using 98% natural ingredients in their product, which is derived from very natural ingredients that we may use from a day-to-day basis perspective. Now, it doesn't end here. I think what further led to this is, and here is where the consumer will start adopting, is the price of this product is 20% lesser than a similar SKU available in a full plastic bottle and with not so organic ingredients, which not many customers know. And by the way, I did a small survey in the retail shop where I go and buy, and I tried to see that who typically picks this up. Interestingly, people stop, they pick up this bottle and they see and they take it. Some price conscious customer will also compare the price, and when they see that, oh, by the way, price is less, I have rather induced that behavior to buy something like this. Now, why? Simple. How did they manage to reduce the cost? The biggest cost outside the product is packaging. And when that cost goes down by 50%, and with that comes the whole ease of transport and doing it in a certain way, you are also passing on that benefit to your consumers. Therefore, people who believes that adopting sustainable practices will make you or your products expensive is a myth, at least in the midterm to long run. Therefore, what is important is that a brand has kept their promise of sustainability. They have brought a product which is less plastic. And if you go to Europe today, Coke has completely stopped using single-use plastic. They are back to glass bottles. There are brands who are encouraging to bring your own bags. We know that, right? I mean, you're being either asked to pay 10 rupees or whatever. But there are enough and more things are happening in India today. And I wish to move to my next case study, which is a company called Waycool. They're again a unicorn startup in India. They're committed to sustainability in very many ways. What does Waycool do? By the way, Waycool is a company which is providing a complete infrastructure for distribution of agri grocery products in India. It's a white label product, and on one hand side they have wholesalers, on the other hand side there are distributors, and they maneuver this in a very interesting way. That is not what the story is. The story is that this company is committed to their ESG goals in very many ways. This is not very readable, but I just wish to narrate this. This company is committed to become net carbon positive by 2025. Just not neutral, but positive, by the way. They are energy positive, going to be energy positive by 2024, water positive by 2024 again. And they're pledged to recycle crates of washing water, because they have these crates which has those vegetables etc going. It needs to come back, it needs to be washed and all of that. They are committed to save 3.24 lakh of water annually by replenishing it and recycling that water. And with that comes the burden of reducing the detergents and all of that, which has a direct bearing on the environment. They are harvesting the water by taking it back to the reservoirs to recharge the reservoirs, and that entire ecosystem will also over a period of time improve. And most importantly, they have from the day one started using electric vehicles in their supply chain, which brings down consumption of fuel by 1800 liters monthly on a monthly basis, and there is a 468 tons of less carbon emission because they're using electric vehicles. Now, as a startup brand, they had nothing to do like this, but they're committed to the cause and they are reaping the benefits. And there are enough and more examples out there from the startup universe who's doing this. So SAP is supported to we are supporting some of these sustainability initiatives at a worldwide level today, and we have launched a very interesting product called SAP Sustainability Control Tower. It's a part of our ERP S/4HANA Rise with SAP ecosystem, wherein an organization can actually integrate their IoTs. They can integrate their supply chain, they can integrate their manufacturing, they can integrate their distribution, and create a unified view to see that am I meeting my goals against the benchmarks or am I exceeding them? I can trade my carbon credits within the SAP ecosystem when I'm basically committed to conserve the entire factor around me. So again, this video might not play for, I think I've given another deck in the video link, actually has been left with a picture. So again, this is available on YouTube, go check it out, it's available. So as SAP, we are a trusted partner in driving that ESG governance with the organization. Again, we are clearly looking at 3 areas per se. We are enhancing productivity and reliability via automated integrations. We are extending a lot of content and functionality across the organizations for people to see. In fact, there are factories where people are able to see that today I have saved so much of carbon emission. Today we have saved so much of electricity. Today we have actually reduced utilization of certain energy factors and so on and so forth. So it is just not the visibility to the boardroom, but it is available across the functions, be it HR, be it manufacturing, supply chain, or even marketing for that matter. And before we move and end today, my request to all of you would be to follow RRR. What is this RRR? Reduce, reuse, recycle. Sorry to say this, but these plastic bottles are completely avoidable. And now that we have used it, ensure that we are able to recycle them. I would carry it if you don't have a system, and I'll put it in a place where it can be recycled. But I think all of us, including me and you young students, needs to walk the talk by saying that, look, we are here to commit to the cause. On that note, thank you so much. Once again, it was a pleasure interacting with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Good that you started your idea sharing with narrating your connection with Indore, a classic case study on how consumer behaviors can be molded, how good citizenship behaviors can be molded. Unfortunately, India is a country where we have islands of excellence. We are fortunate to be a part of one of such islands. The topic of this track is the concerns and initiatives of companies to induce sustainable consumption and sustainable marketing, I think, was very strongly presented by Mr. Rao. And he narrated a case study where branding initiatives are being led on the anchor of sustainability. When you talk about ESG, you actually just cannot avoid the audit part of ESG. Everything is visible. We have actually come across no brands movement by Naomi Klein and concepts like greenwashing. I mean, these are now the concepts of a bygone era, because now the corporates themselves have become so very proactive in ensuring that people are not taken for granted. I think that is what is called proactive behavior by corporates. Finally, I would say that the concept of brand stewardship was very aptly put in by Mr. Rao. A new way of looking at our marketing mix tells companies what best they can offer in the area of sustainability. I once again thank you. And that reminds me of the fact that when it comes to manufacturing, SMEs have a very, very pivotal role to play in a country like ours. And there is statistics available which actually says that SMEs play a humongous role in adding to the manufacturing ecosystem. And we have Mr. Dabolkar with us, who would be talking from the perspective of SMEs. And I invite him, take this opportunity to invite him to the dais and share his perspectives.
Thank you. Thanks, Praveen, for setting the context in terms of what the corporates are doing. So before we deep dive into what SMEs are, and it's a completely different ecosystem, I would like to thank Dr. Kaushal Kishore for inviting and the entire management for hosting all of us and having such enriching conversations. To brief of what we do, we are an accelerator for small businesses. Accelerators as a concept is very popular in the startup ecosystem. So we largely work with the brick and mortar SMEs, because that way we feel they are left in the lurch in terms of the handholding and supporting. So we largely work on digital transformation. We work on giving them access to capital and market access. These are the three areas that we work. Not sure of how many of y'all are aware of the ecosystem. So I thought, let me just take you through some data points of what this entire MSME ecosystem is. So firstly, I would just like to take you through in terms of what is the definition of MSME when we say micro, small, medium enterprises. So for the discussion now, I think we can just look at the last row. That is the turnover up to 5 crores. Turnover is micro organizations. If you look at 5 to 50 is small, and 50 to 250 crore is medium enterprise. So that's the basic structure. Then we look at the MSME contribution. They are the backbone of the economy. While there's a lot of work the corporates do, MSMEs are the backbone. and we have 63 million enterprises, 6.3 crore SMEs. And if you add traders now, it is another 2 crore. So we have around 8.5 crore MSME organizations. They collectively employ around 111 million jobs are with them. They account 45% of manufacturing. They account to 30% of the GDP. And 90% of the firms are industrial firms. One interesting point that during COVID, we had a lot of layoffs that had happened across corporates. I think MSMEs were the ones who had 12 to 15 employees, 18 employees, and they were kind of holding all of them together in terms of, because they were directly connected with those employees, they were related to their family. So I think they hold, in that context, they hold the economy together. So I think the challenges, before we get into sustainability, it's important to understand what are the challenges that these MSMEs are facing. So there's always a working capital constraint that they have. You know, you have banks which typically stereotype SMEs by virtue of their performance. And there's this entire last 3 year COVID. So if anybody wants a loan, the bank would ask for last 3 years bank statements, and then they give loans, etc. So there is always this working capital crunch that these MSMEs face. There's employee retention problem that always keeps happening. Their inability to innovate. And I think they have generally an inertia towards digital transformation. So these are largely the challenges which MSMEs are facing today. So generally, it's been talked that, you know, we need to be, can India achieve its dream of $5 trillion economy? Can we be? So I think this is a very, very interesting data point, and it's a report by Dun & Bradstreet, where if you look at globally, if you look at markets like US, you have 50% micro, and then there are around, say, 35% small and medium. And then you have large enterprises. And, you know, if you look at Australia, Canada, but if you look at India, we have 90% of the MSMEs are in the micro category. So that's why this slide is titled The Missing Middle. So we have very less number of enterprises who are in the small and medium. So what it translates is 90% of the organizations are less than 5 crore. And it is collectively our endeavor, and that's what we try when we do capability building and we, you know, work with the entire ecosystem. It's important that if India has to achieve the growth that we are looking for, it's important that, you know, you need to at least get this 90% to a 60% so that 30% of the enterprises move to the small and medium category. And so that would mean an average of around 20 to 30 crore annual turnover. And that's where there'll be a huge jump in the GDP. So I think there are a lot of initiatives which I would take forward in terms of how the government and other bodies are taking various initiatives. But I think this is a very, very important slide which talks about the missing middle. Yeah, so MSME sector is critical if India has to achieve the $5 trillion dream. I think that's the key, that MSMEs are very, very important category. And while we saw these data points, and this is also a parallel point, that the sector collectively generates around 110 million tons of CO2 equivalent. So a lot has to be to do with, you know, they sustaining their business at the first level, and then they focusing on other factors. And there is a lot of awareness that needs to be built, etc. So that we would look at. So I'll just take a minute and take a detour. We had enough of numbers. So this is a movie that I watched on Netflix. It's the lady here in the picture is a hacker, and she works for a driverless bus company in Holland. And she is in the IT department, and one night she's on the job and she sees that there is a pipeline. That means the data, there is a breach of data, and the data is going into some China organization which the company has tied up, and it's late night, so she just hacks into. She's an ethical hacker, so in the interest of the organization, she hacks. She puts a Trojan horse, and I think Praveen would know all that. I am just not a technical person that way, but she basically hacks the entire. She blocks the data, and the Chinese company there is on alert, etc. And so what happens is then that she is then framed for a murder, and her face is been morphed. So what happens is then the police here tries to investigate, and they have lack of knowledge on the subject of be it hacking, what she's trying to say, etc., etc. So there's a clear tension between where she's trying to tell the organization, she's trying to tell the cops that, you know, I need to access the server, I'll help you out, etc. But if you look at the cops, they are unaware, and their language is talking about fingerprints and crime scene and, you know, video as a proof, while there is deep fake involved, there's theft of data moving across borders, etc., etc. So I think the story that I'm trying to tell you, or the correlation here, is that when we are talking, the SMEs are talking the language of what is the kind of impact that they are having, their issues of working capital and digital transformation, etc., etc. So there is generally lack of awareness amongst MSMEs at this point of time in terms of how do you entirely champion this. So they have very little, and we did a survey before coming here in terms of what is that they are looking at, etc., and what is their availability on the subject, their knowledge on the subject. So these terms are that way relatively new for them, and it's going to take some time for them to understand this. So even if you look at SMEs looking at ESG ratings, there are a lot of investment that needs to be done. They have lack of funding, and they are unclear on how to implement ESG solutions, etc., etc. So having said that, there are a lot of challenges, but it is a matter of time that everybody has to fall in line with the entire ESG piece. So it's important that how we had digital transformation, how the financial sector over the last 3-4 years has undergone a major change with the entire Paytms and the Google Pays of the world. Who would have thought 5 years prior that we would be, everybody would have GPay, be it your Sabziwala to everybody. So I think it's important that we need to, from a SME lens, corporates are well funded. Corporates drive their agenda. They know what has to be done. But as far as the medium and small enterprises are concerned, it is important to create an ecosystem. It is important to handhold them. It is important that, we have to educate them. We have to give them necessary support. So for any new idea or concept, it's like if you look at the entire EV phenomena in India, you need an entire ecosystem to look at. You need e-mobility service providers, e-roaming operators, electricity, energy distributors, etc., etc. So that entire ecosystem has to be created. And I think it's important that a similar ecosystem has to be created. And there is a lot of work now that the government is doing. And so if you look at your SMERA, which is the small and medium enterprise rating agency, they have created, sustainability assessments for SMEs. So, many SMEs are getting into the foray. You have DBS Bank that is having a SME grant program where, they are helping SMEs to onboard and embrace sustainability. You have SIDBI, which is the apex body for disbursing loans to SMEs. So they are talking of clean energy for sustainable development, and there's a lot of impetus now given by the government, and government is trying to tap the medium enterprises to start off with all these activities. So I think it is largely how we look at is if you look at the pharmaceutical industry, if any new molecule is launched, it is all the top doctors from the top institutes who would first prescribe that molecule, and then it trickles down in terms of the MDs following with physicians and the general practitioners. So I think similarly now that the corporates are active and corporates are aware of what ESG is, and so I'm sure it is going to slowly and surely trickle down. This was just an ad in Economic Times a few days back, where this entire jacket was devoted by Vedanta in articulating their entire ESG agenda, which was there. And you also had Lenovo. So these are, so now corporates are talking about how they can help in ensuring the ESG agenda. So if you look at Hero MotoCorp has unveiled their new brand identity with electric vehicles, and they have also have a 760 crore sustainability fund, which is nothing but they're going to onboard 10,000. They're going to help 10,000 entrepreneurs, which are small and medium enterprises, to actually onboard them into this entire ESG journey. So I think the good point here is SMEs are always a part of the larger corporate value chain, and their non-financials and non-compliance performance will have an impact on the metrics of the large organizations. So that's the key point here, that the corporates will ensure that SMEs slowly pick the ESG agenda because of their compliances. So slowly vendors will fall in line in terms of complying to the basic needs of the corporates. So I think to summarize, MSME, and that's what is very, very critical. We have to ensure that the 90% of the micro enterprises quickly move to the small and medium category for the industry for the GDP to grow, and also for sustainability and other agendas to be self-sufficient to drive them. They need to sustain first. I think they are just recovering. All of them are recovering post-COVID. They are all on a positive track now. So I think surely these would surely get into their agenda. It's important to build an ecosystem. I think government is giving a lot of impetus in terms of creating an entire ecosystem from green financing and other initiatives. And also the corporates are there to support the SMEs. So when the corporate takes that as an agenda, I'm sure SMEs will follow. So with this I end my presentation. I hope it was informative for you all, and try to give some inputs on the MSME landscape. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Dabolkar. As I had mentioned that there is statistics to back the pivotal role played by SMEs, and Mr. Dabolkar shared the statistics: 45% of manufacturing, 30% of GDP, and the challenges are now well known to us. You can pick up 3 or 4 large companies and may goad them into getting into sustainability path, or even if you may not have to goad them, but they may themselves initiate. But to actually bring together a cluster of such a large number of MSME units, which actually account for, as was said, 45% of marketing, and then drive them into sustainability is a humongous task. SMEs, they are, as discussed, having their own typical issues. And on the top of it, if you have to make it sure that they also contribute to the sustainability initiatives, it's a really tough task, and I can very well align with the thought process that the CEO of India SME Accelerator had just shared with us. I completely agree with him that systematic approach is required. Creation of an ecosystem is needed. Good thing is, and actually I was thinking of asking him a question, but actually he had answered that there are initiatives to finance cleaner technology steps, cleaner energy steps, which are financed by organizations like SIDBI. It was really an informative perspective sharing. even I got to know a lot of things about this particular facet of MSMEs. So once again, I thank Mr. Dabholkar. And now we have somebody from a very well-known brand that all of us are aware of, a brand that comes from Gujarat, which has captured the imagination of chai consumers in India. So, in fact, long back, I'm also into some kind of, a small-time brand consultant, and I had long back, advised somebody to name one of their chai initiatives. I'll not take that name over here, but chai is something which enamors all of us. I invite Mr. Deepak Tamoli from Wagh Bakri Chai to join the dais and share his perspectives on this very, very important subject.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And thanks to everyone, Dr. Kaushal Kishore and the entire management. I represent here the FMCG sector and the retail sector. We are our company is present into FMCG and retail, as you are aware. FMCG, most of the people are aware. Retail, little less, because we compete with the brands like Starbucks, Chayos, CCDs of the world. So we have our tea lounges as well. So we can, I can speak on that as well. So 20 minutes is what the time I've got. I would like to spend in interacting with you, like face to face. I don't have a PPT. Maybe when I have a half day or a full day session with you, then I'll give you on through PPT the conversation. And so I've worked in the conglomerates like Mahindra, also Cipla, also, which is an Indian MNC, CCD, which is an Indian MNC, and now Wagh Bakri and Samsonite, which was like global MNC. Samsonite is a US company, right? So when this topic of sustainability and sustainable production and sustainable consumption was given to me, then I thought why and how I will speak to the young crowd which is present, and how will I connect. So the next 15 or 20 minutes will be like in connecting through your minds and to inculcate this sustainability philosophy. So if even in the mind of one or two of you, if I'm able to inculcate that philosophy, that will be my success, right? So what is sustainability? When I was a kid, I used to wonder, kid, that means I was in college, okay? So what is sustainability? So my professor told me a very good example, or kind of a good phrase, that what is sustainability. He said, when you use any resource, so if you use that resource in such a way that the next generations can also use it, that is sustainability. So that is still there with me in my mind. So now I am in the profession of training and development and engagement, and I deal with people. I don't deal with numbers as in a finance guy or sales numbers. I deal with people. So still I have that in my mind, that sustainability, I should use this resource, this person, in such a way that next year also he's giving me the same amount of productivity. And rather I have to increase his productivity year on year. And so that I should not, that's the term called burnout. So I should not burn him out, so that he'll not be with me, or he'll not be sustainable in that sense, right? So one more small example is, everyone likes to have burgers, right? Burgers, sandwiches. You all like to eat outside food, right? But is it sustainable? If I tell you that every day you will have to eat burger or you will have to eat like in a restaurant, you'll say no, right? 2-3 दिन ठीक है, not more than that. So dal roti, rice and dal, that is sustainable, right? Every day you can have. That is kind of sustainability. So what about tea? Is it sustainable? Yes. You every day you want it, correct? So that's why year on year we are having double-digit growth, right? So 10 to 13%, and it's an organic growth. Like population is growing, so our sales is also growing. And in India, we are the number 3 in terms of sales of packaged tea. But packaged tea market is very small in India. So Tata is number 1, then HUL, and then Wagh Bakri in packaged tea. But this packaged tea market is very less. So now, in order to remain sustainable, we are trying to get that non-packaged, the loose tea market, and we are trying to convert them to packaged tea. So that's the strategy. And how many of you know why the name Wagh Bakri was kept? And anyone knows why Wagh Bakri? What is Bakri is goat? Wagh, anybody knows what is Wagh? Tiger. So why? Why anyone knows why the name Wagh Bakri? There is it is sustainability philosophy only behind the name Wagh Bakri also. So I'll take you back in the ages. 1892, our founder, Sri Narandas Desai, he started from South Africa. So in Durban, he procured estates of tea. And soon he became a successful tea planter. And his tea was used to be considered as a high quality tea. So after that, there was a lot of tensions in South Africa at that time. Even Mahatma Gandhi was coming from South Africa to India. And Mahatma Gandhi knew Narandas Desai actually. And he advised, he was barrister that time. And he advised Narandas Desai that you should go back to India and build a sustainable organization there of tea. So then he came back in 1915, made a unique tea blend. So whenever we talk about tea, we talk about caste, K-A-S-T, color, aroma, strength, strongness, and taste. So in all 4 parameters, Wagh Bakri was unique. So his blend. So it is all about blend in tea. So the tea is a recipe, that is the blend, which is a mix of various tea gardens. So in Wagh Bakri tea, we mix almost 150 tea gardens tea, right? In some or the other proportion to create the unique taste. You agree it is a unique taste if you have had it. So why it is unique, and many of you who have not tasted it, taste it. It is unique in its taste, color and aroma. So we call it Kadak Meethi. So Kadak it is strong because it is from upper gardens of Assam. So more the high in altitude you go, you get better quality of tea. So and it is unique that only Wagh Bakri tea in India will give you a little sweet taste. Like when you have milk, it is little sweeter, even if you don't add sugar. So like that, Wagh Bakri is little sweet. Even if you have without milk, it is sweet. Right? So that then why the name was kept. So he created this beautiful blend. So at that time, pre-independence era, people were having one issue, that is poor were very poor and rich were very rich. So when Narandas Desai thought of keeping the brand name, he said, I have to give some message to the society. So what could be the message to the society at that time? That we should have a society where everyone can live with peace and harmony. So for this peace and harmony message, what can be the best picture or the message? So Wagh and Bakri, can they be together? No, they cannot be together. So in India, we should have a culture like this, that both are staying together. Even the rich, which is represented by Wagh, tiger, and the poor, which is represented by Bakri. And at the same time, how this idea clicked earlier, there was no Netflix or OTTs or TV or cinema. There were circuses. So Narendra Desai went to this circus and he saw ringmaster is sitting in the middle. He's calling goat from one end and tiger from one end. Both are coming and sitting in front of him and having something from the same vessel. So he said, wow, this is the symbol. So this symbol you will see on all our packs. So the sustainability starts from here, right? From the inception of the brand. And till now, we have the brands in our product portfolio which are for everyone. So I'm proud to say that what could be the most powerful house in India today? Tiger, that Wagh. What could be the most powerful house? Any guesses? Most powerful house in India. I give you a hint, it's in New Delhi. Prime Minister office, right? So PMO, Prime Minister office, you will be served Wagh Bakri. That is Wagh. Of course, the best quality, the premium one, Good Morning is the brand name, right? And if you go to the poorest of poor person's house, we have a tea for him as well, which is the most reasonable brand of us, Now Chetan. So we have for super premium, Good Morning. Then we have Wagh Bakri premium. Then we have Mili for masses, those who want to have premium tea but reasonable price. And for the bottom of the pyramid, Now Chetan. And also tea range for like you, youngsters. So we have iced teas. For health conscious people like you, we have green tea range, right? So each and every product in our portfolio speaks about that. Now moving from that front to our factory level. So in our factories also we are doing the sustainable production. How? That when we are procuring the raw material, we ensure that the raw material is of highest quality. Pesticide quantity should not be more than a prescribed limit, because we at present we are exporting to 46 countries and we have stringent norms. Even if one pack is not meeting the requirements, the entire container gets stopped. So like when we are exporting to Europe, we should have BRC certification. When we are exporting to US, we should have a US FDA approval. We are exporting to also Middle East countries, so we have halal certification. So we have a lot of these certifications to ensure we are doing the quality production, sustainable production. So be it halal certification, be it ISO 22000 for food safety, be it for going towards the PRCs and the US FDA approach, everything we have. And I would love to invite you all for the factory visit. So when you visit the factory, you will see we do not waste anything. Like sir was telling about reusing and recycling. So we try to recycle and reuse everything. As such, we do not emit any carbon or any pollution. So what in our factory we do, we just blend the teas as per the recipes, blends, and we package. So only waste which comes out is the dust of the tea. Dust of the tea which comes. So even that dust of the tea we use as fertilizers for our gardens and plants which are there. And even we have rain harvesting system. So there we have almost max to max capacity to use that water which we are getting from rains. So we are using that. Even for, we have solar plant in our factory. So even for some machineries, we are using that power. So we are not consuming more power in terms of taking from somewhere and using. So in that sense, we are being sustainable. We are the pioneers in making stipple-free tea bags in India. We had purchased EMA machines from Italy, which produces almost 250 tea bags in a minute, staple free. So earlier, all tea bags used to have that thread, which is tied with the tea bag with a staple. So we were the first company to introduce. Now a lot of companies have staple free tea bags. So small. So because this is in our DNA, sustainability is in the DNA of all, I would say, Wagh Bakerians, because you know what is the tagline of Wagh Bakri? Have you seen any of our TVCs? Any TVCs if you have seen, or any pack you have seen, any tagline you know? Correct. You're right. Loud. Rishte. Hamisha rishte banaye. Very nice. So Hamesha Rishte Banaye is our tagline. Hamesha Rishte Banaye, building relationships. So that's the whole thing. That's the whole motto behind keeping the brand sustainable, making the brand meaningful. And now coming from the factory front to the sales front. Now, in terms of sales also, we are very sustainable in terms of, so any production which comes in the factory, it comes from the sales only. So we have sales forecast first and then the production happen. We are not a company where we do mass production and then ask the sale team that aapko ye bechna hai, you have to sell it. No, the sale forecast come from the sales front. How much you can sell in this year? You have to tell that at the start of the year. And accordingly, the production will be planned. So we have almost around 5 crore kgs of stockage, which is possible at the factory level. So we have factories at 4 units, right? So when the sales forecast comes, of late, we have also made a department altogether for doing this. We call it SPD, Sales Planning and Development. So if you have this department which is dedicated to sales planning, so then your forecasting should not go wrong, because then the factory will also have some lead time to produce and give it to the sales to sell. So basically, it's a 7 to 8 days of cycle. So when we meet in length later, then I can explain. Right now, you understand what is sustainability in sales. I was talking to one sales guy, what is sustainability for him? So he said, he said, sustainability for me is getting year-on-year growth. So in 1 year, if I try to squeeze too much, so we call it as flooding the market, or like in slang we call it maal thok dena. Maal thok dena means market mein aap itna maal dal do that the secondary and the tertiary sales will have time, and you will get expiry stocks after, let's say, 1 year, because tea has expiry of 1 year. So he said ki if I do sales in not keeping in mind sustainability, then 1 year my growth will be like 20, 25, 30%, but then it will set the base for the next year. Next year, let's say, suppose if this year I have sold 1 lakh kg, because here at Wagh Bakri we only talk about volumes. The targets are in volume and not in value. So if you have sold 1 lakh kg this year, the target for the next year will be at least, let's say, 20% growth. So 1 lakh 20. So if by some hook or crook you have done 1 lakh kg this year, next year will be 1 lakh 20, and you will be in deep trouble that how to sell 1 lakh 20 where your market is of only 50-60,000 kg. So that's the sustainability even for the sales teams, right? Now, coming towards the employee front, I was talking about not burning out the employees and keeping in the shape where we can use them even for next years. So keeping them productive. You have seen the COVID era, how it gives freedom to the employees for doing work from home or doing less hours of work in terms of commute time is less, or you don't have to come to office. But then also if you have to be sustainable, if you have to be kind of relevant in your job role, the best mantra which I can tell you for your future and also for everyone's benefit is keep yourself updating with new things, right? So in the metaverse tomorrow, when everyone will have only digital identities and you will have to work and you will have to like update yourself every month, not like just you're doing your 2 years MBA and then studies are over. You'll have to keep updating yourself if you want to be relevant, and you have to build a sustainable career, because most of the jobs which exist today will become redundant in the coming 5 to 10 years to come. Only 5 to 10 years. That means after you graduate, only 3-4 years. So MBA, whatever you study, you can apply in the job, but there are a lot of new competencies, not only functional competencies, but leadership competencies also, behavioral competencies also, that you have to build. If you have to be in the game, you have to be in the that sustainable zone, or not making your job redundant, right? So that's a small piece of advice from my side. With that, I thank you everyone and keep building relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tamboli. Fortunately, my hand mic has also started working now, so I can take the luxury of talking while sitting. Very interesting insights into a brand which we all know. Interestingly, chai is a great leveler, and chai pe charcha is something all of us know of. And chai is something that we are all also eagerly waiting for after some time. Chai ki tapri and chai ka thela and chai ki dukaan, again, as I said, is a great leveler, and we all feel so happy, finding our own kappa in times when we are strained of studies or strained of work. Dr. Kulkarni was mentioning some very interesting thing in the morning, and 2-3 times he actually used this phrase. I don't know whether you noticed it or not. And he said the sanskar of sustainability. And I think as an HR head, Mr. Tamboli also has a very important responsibility on his shoulders to inculcate those sanskars of sustainability amongst his people. He had already mentioned the sustainability practices across the value chain. Incidentally, chai happens to be an agricultural product, and right from crop production till the consumer end, there are opportunities of ensuring sustainability in every part of the value chain. And despite the constraint that chai has to come in a package because it has got a shelf life and it has to reach the customer in a form which they find it fresh, you are making your own efforts to ensure these practices. And it very aptly gels with the title again, the concerns and initiatives from the producers. So with this, the first phase of the track 2 is over. And I, as a moderator, would now take this opportunity to invite questions from the audience. And these questions could be from any of the panelists or for any of the panelists. Right. So volunteers, please help to see that the questions are heard by the panel. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Hussain Attarwala. I'm an A9 student from first year. My question is for Mr. Rohit, sir. Sir, you mentioned about the use of green financing. So can you shed some light on the use of green bonds for development of SME sector of India?
Like I said, the green financing and the green bonds, etc., are a very nascent concept now, and the Small Industries Development Bank of India, SIDBI, is taking a lot of efforts to promote these bonds too, because there is a certain amount of measurability that needs to come when we are evaluating small businesses. So I would largely talk on the small business context. So there is no measurement system as yet for people to be incentivized, etc. So I think at this point of time, they are just trying to create awareness amongst the small enterprises, the micro enterprises for now. And once that is built, I think surely instruments like these will pick up in years to come. Okay.
Yes, please. Can somebody please help?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Rohit. My question was regarding for micro or even small level entrepreneurs, SMEs. They have some programs like PMEGP or CMEGP. Similarly, for clusters, is there any kind of program run by private parties?
Private parties I am not aware of, but because what happens is it is largely the state and the government which gets into the micro and the rural part to promote. But I'm sure once the cluster gets identification in terms of what industries they are representing, I'm sure there would be a lot of private participation. But there's very little private participation for now in terms of the cluster at the cluster level.
Yeah, just like at district level, Patasamsthas are there. Those are
Correct.
helping small vendors, that kind of a financing company on a little higher scale than regular banks do. So similarly for SMEs, this kind
Yeah,
of.
see, you have a lot of trade bodies and a lot of these NBFCs now have got into. So there is that way good penetration. And one good thing that I would wish to add here is fintechs are doing a lot of good work in that space. So because they are funded that way, they are well funded, so they can take that risk and they are going outright. See, the problem with due respect to banks typically stereotype a particular consumer as defaulter, as SME, sorry, as defaulter, or his last 3 years balance sheet. So they don't punt on the future. They don't say, okay, fine, he's now invented a great product and let me be with him. He will just go by his history. But if you look at fintechs, they are, a lot of products have come. There are a lot of neobanks who are getting into the market and they are trying to help the fintechs, SMEs out. Yeah.
If I may add, the whole concept of cooperative banks in India was predominantly originated from that idea of financing the community around. So and now some of those banks have become fairly large. They have, the PDEU bank, for example, is very big. But if you look at their journey, or a Karur Vysya Bank, it was to support the mercantile of that particular area, and it continues.
Yeah, there are a lot of community-based banks also, which take care. Yeah.
Well, as we take questions, as a moderator, if I may ask a question, this is open to the panelists. So we all know that within organizations, at times we also come across roadblocks. As the example is in front of us. We many a times have tried to eliminate the usage of plastic bottles, but somehow they keep on reappearing. And it happens due to mindset of people, due to sheer behavior that we are all used to. So this, as I said, is open to all panelists. If you can give an example where within your own organization you have faced such a roadblock, and how you have been or your colleagues have been able to overcome that roadblock towards sustainability.
So I'll quickly answer this. And as SAP, we does 100 plus events every year. In a pre-COVID era, there used to be 200 events. So there are three measures that, as a marketing team, we took a conscious measure, and I'll also talk about the roadblocks. First, we've cut down on the number of physical events to a select few events because we believe interpersonal interaction is important. But the ones who could have been taken to online, they continue to be online. Therefore, we are cutting down a lot of travel cost, hotel cost. Second is in all our events, we have made it a practice that we will be very, very sustainable in whatever we do. We have stopped printing these badges, or if at all we are doing this, we are asking very politely to all our guests that please drop back the lanyards. You may want to take the card as a souvenir if you wish to, because we want to reuse this. We have stopped using flex in our events. We are using electronic screens. We have clearly stopped using these bottles, and we are having those glass bottles being replacing them. There was roadblock. My event teams used to say, "Sir, cost बढ़ जाएगा. Hotel will charge." I said, "So be it." We consciously from the top in our offices, we have got back to the plastic glasses in our offices. No more single-use plastic bottles per se. Food, when being served, we are trying to bring in from a source which is not going to use certain things. So there are several practices, but yes, there were roadblocks at several stages. Be it sales team, be it our own operations team, but we had to educate them and walk the talk by doing it and see the benefit.
So Praveen rightly said, similarly in our organization also, like when I talk about our own supply chain center, we try to be completely eco-friendly when whatever meetings we are having in our board meetings, we try to use glass bottles, particularly. Also in terms of the packaging that we do, we ensure that we are similarly like Amazon, we have also adapted. We're using these, paper bags and all to ensure that, there is less wastage and we're not using plastic anyways. Yeah.
Anything that you would like to share? Okay. Right. So I think let's take a pledge that next event that we do in this room, we eliminate these bottles. We also do something with these, right? And let us also convey this to the panelists today that this is what we have done. I know it's a tough task. So the student team, whenever you will be approaching amenities, you have to, as very rightly said, walk the talk. You have to take a very bold stance and very strongly say that, no, we do not want this. Otherwise, then it remains a lip service. Well, I think since morning, we have been really going through this entire discourse on sustainability practices, consumer side, the supplier or marketer or the business side. And this has been a wonderful journey right since morning. I take this opportunity to formally conclude this particular track and hand over to the anchors to take the program to its logical conclusion, right? Please.
Hello. Yeah, it's okay. My question is for Mr. Praveen Rao, sir. So, sir, you have almost 15 plus years of experience. It was wonderful to hear from you, like from a person who has such experience in the marketing industry. You have seen the transformation from when there were ads in newspapers and TVs, and now there's a complete shift to digital. And now you've talked about how ESG consulting is happening. So now that you shared that how you are bringing these sustainable practices into your own company, but when you do ESG consulting for other companies, how, like with some example, if you can explain that, how does ESG consulting work and how have you done that for other companies? And if any guidance upon, like, if someone who wants to work in this field as it's new, what courses or what we can read upon, any sources you have?
Okay. So first and foremost, we don't do any ESG consulting as SAP. We have an ERP product and it comes with certain inbuilt features which allows organization to monitor, get the data and create analytics on top of it, which is called sustainability tower I was mentioning in my deck. In fact, you can go and read more about it. Having said so, we are collaborating at local country level across the world, be it India, Brazil, USA, etc., where we are trying to understand the local governance model and try to bring that into our product. For example, the whole BSR or BRSR reporting framework in India from a BSE standpoint, or we have tried to bring that element into our product such that the companies don't really have to invest into something else to do that. But advocacy is something that we do very strongly. We talk to a lot of MSMEs in the country. Mostly our play is with mid-sized companies, and we try and tell them that why it is important for you to think about ESG from the word go. And I gave you some examples of the companies who use SAP, be it Waycool, and there are several companies, and I can give examples. So to your second point, what should you do? I think your university is very unique. At least I haven't heard of an energy university in India, and I'm so delighted to be in a structure like this. And I think you and I was interacting with some of your colleagues when they very kindly picked me up from the airport, that you have ESG related topics, etc. To add value to that, you must think about taking up some projects, do more research, go talk to companies, understand their practices, compile a report, publish it. I think that will add a lot of practical perspective beyond theory to practice ESG as you step out of the campuses. And with that, there's no stopping in downloading certain data which is available in public domain around BSR reporting framework, how companies are moving needle, and publish that in your own blogs, etc. I think that will also enrich you and enrich the world around you and make you a better practitioner as you pass out.
Now that the elections are already over, waiting for the results tomorrow, so there is no need for you to depend on somebody else to get an additional income of 30,000 rupees per month. You can do it yourself by doing the line of sustainability practices. Yeah, please.
I would like to request Dr. Kaushal Kishore sir to present a memento to Ms. Nupur Srivastava ma'am. I would like to request Dr. Satish Pandey sir to please present a memento to Mr. Praveen Rao sir. I would like to request Dr. Vipul sir to please present a memento to Mr. Rohit Dabholkar sir. I would like to request Dr. Asit Acharya sir. I would like to request Dr. Asit Acharya sir to please present a memento to Mr. Deepak Tamuli sir. With this, we come to the end of Business Management Symposium, Track 2. I, Amrita Vibhute, feel honored and privileged to share the vote of thanks for BMS 2022 theme Sustainable Consumer Behavior to all the respected delegates who have joined us for both Track 1 and Track 2 of Business Management Symposium 2022. Thank you for making us understand deeply on the topic of concerns and initiatives of companies and companies for driving sustainable consumption and production. I'm hoping that it would have broadened our students' horizons on the aspect of sustainable consumer behavior. I would like to extend the vote of thanks to our Director General PDEU, Dr. S. Sundar Manoharan, Director SPM, Dr. Subhashish Bhattacharya, Dean Dr. Tanushri Banerjee, BMS Chairperson Dr. Kaushal Kishore, Dr. Pramod Palawal sir, and Dr. Akash Patel sir for making this event successful. Adding to it, I would like to thank our professors and students for attending this event. It would not have been possible without all of you guys. The PR, logistics, management, catering, and the IT team for your constant support. I would like to thank you for that. I would also like to thank our event partner, Business Standard, for all the media coverage for the event Business Management Symposium 2022. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the BMS core team, Kaustubh Verma, Vipresh Pandya, Bharat Bansal, Sarvesh Wadhwani, Ketki Paralikar, Shubhangi Agrawal, Rashi Bakshi, Shreya Patel, and Shivang Tripathi for making this event successful. Thank you all. Have a nice evening.
All of the students are requested to please be seated.
Students, Haiti will be set up in 10 minutes, so just be here. Thank you.